Good afternoon and a warm welcome to the European Ideas Forum 2022, live from Brussels. I'm Sandra Pasaric, and I have a great pleasure of welcoming you all here live at the studio since 2 years now, but also I have a pleasure of welcoming our online audience watching us from their offices and their homes. We are all here at the Claret studio as we have gathered to celebrate the European Ideas Forum 2022, and I will be guiding you through today and tomorrow through a program full of interesting and timely discussions. Previously known as the Economic Ideas Forum, EIF is a Martin Center flagship event whose scope has expanded since last year in order to give a broader view and broader discussion to the challenging European issues. EIF is also proud to have been awarded Best Political Congress Workshop at the 2017 European Excellences Awards. Under the umbrella topic, Reshaping Europe Through Crisis, we aim at bringing you insights of some of the most relevant political decision makers, industry leaders, academics, and experts. Together, we will cover a wide range of topics, starting from economy to energy, geopolitics, security and defense, health and digital innovation, and much more, just to give you a little bit of flavor for the next 2 days. During these 2 days, we will have a total of 4 panel discussions with duration of 45 minutes each to debate the most relevant topics at stake. We will also have exclusive interviews and also speeches with high-level guests. As mentioned shortly, the EIF features a live audience for the first time since 2019, but also we have our online audience. Both of you can actively participate at this EIF by using platform slido.com and using the code EIF 2020. There you have a possibility to answer a short poll question connected to each panel. But before continuing, I also have to give a big thank you to our partners, namely AT&T, Google, Johnson & Johnson, and Microsoft. With that said, the time has come to officially open the European Ideas Forum 2022. And for that, I'd like to give the floor to the president of the Wilfried Martin Center for European Studies, Mr. Mikuláš Dzurinda.
Thank you, Sandra. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 12th edition of the European Ideas Forum. It feels like we are back to a normal, as it used to be a nice tradition to meet towards the end of the calendar year, when we all take time for reflection and evaluation. Time when we take stock of how the last year has been for us. And that is, it has been an eventful year. This cannot be questioned. I don't like to sound pessimistic, but I will not exaggerate when I state that this is a very difficult and sad year, as we are facing the greatest challenge in our neighborhood since the fall of communism in the late 1980s. Putin's aggression against Ukraine has caused terrible consequences to this country and to its citizens. Terrible humanitarian crisis. And in addition, of course, it has an immediate impact on the geopolitical order and future security. The increasingly complex geopolitical circumstances in which Europe finds itself require precise and sustainable responses that can effectively address current challenges and anticipate future threats while preserving the bloc's inherent values and principles. Not only war, but also the pandemic, the climate crisis, the consequences of digitalization, the culture wars, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, social division and polarization. All of these are becoming great and greater challenges for democracy, which itself is in increasingly growing, raising pressure. I am glad that the main ambition of this year European Ideas Forum is not only to discuss these biggest challenges, but also to find a way on how the EU could respond to crisis and build resilience in this fractured global environment. As Sandra has already indicated, during these 2 days, we will focus on high inflation and other economic challenges, on European Energy Union, on the future of European security and geopolitical changes, and our European response and the place in this process. In addition to these timely discussions with participation of prominent politicians from the EU and national levels, we will also bring you interviews with representatives of businesses, our sponsors. AT&T, Johnson & Johnson, Google and Microsoft, but also with Mr. Klaus Welle, who at the end of the year ends his remarkable mission as the Secretary General of the European Parliament. And we are very proud and very happy that he has decided to connect his new professional pilgrimage with us, the Martin Center and its academic council. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I have a privilege to introduce our first guest speaker, the lady we all know very well. She has been at the heart of the European project and has helped steer the EU through the many challenges it has faced in the last decade, as well as strengthening the EU on the global stage. She is a true and inspiring European, a staunch defender of our European values, and a committed advocate for civil liberties and the rule of law. Please welcome the great friend of the Martin Center, the President of the European Parliament, Mrs. Roberta Metsola. Madam President, dear Roberta, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear Mikolas, dear President Zorinda, thank you for inviting me to address the European Ideas Forum. I've done this before, not in this capacity, but one where we have been able to reflect on what Europe is going through. And the title, Reshaping Europe Through Crisis, I think obliges me to delve straight into what we are living now without too much introduction, since Mikolas has done it already. Today we're living in a situation where the invasion of Ukraine is continuing unabatedly. Pushed back on the battlefield, the Kremlin has turned its war machine onto civilians, depriving them of their basic necessities: water, electricity, heating. And as a result of Russia's targeted attacks on critical civilian infrastructure, 10 million Ukrainians are today currently without electricity. They think they can break the Ukrainian spirit into submission, but they underestimate their resolve. This war on our continent has forced us to look inwards, to rediscover our founding principles, to understand again why we must stand up and stand firm. In Europe, we believe in freedom, we believe in dignity, we believe in peace. But peace can only come with dignity and with liberty. Without that, there can be nothing else. Without that, we have an illusion. And this is why we must keep supporting Ukraine for their future and for ours. This is why the European Parliament launched our Generators for Hope campaign. Our aim is to donate power generators and transformers to help Ukrainians get through the harsh winter again. So before I continue, my appeal is for you to keep this humanitarian catastrophe in mind, to remember that while we are talking about the reshaping of Europe, we have to remember that the future, our future, is intertwined with all those people who today are suffering in Ukraine. So I urge you to join this Generators for Hope campaign, and I urge you to do all that you can to convince others in your cities, towns and villages to join too. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living through a perfect storm of instability with global inflation, climate change, food scarcity, migration, unemployment and energy and electricity prices spiking. And all of this is framed in the context of war and political uncertainty, propaganda and disinformation that risks driving more people, ever more people, to the comfort of the fringes. Throughout the history of our European project, many were the times when the price of stability meant that difficult decisions had to be taken. This was true 70 years ago, when the price to be paid was the pooling in of coal and steel. This was true 60 years ago, when the price of combating overproduction of food led to the creation of our common agricultural policy. This was true after the fall of the Berlin Wall, where the price of catering for a union of 12 to a union of 15, and then to a union of 25, and today 27, meant reconstructing our institutional framework. It was also true during the financial crisis, where the price of stability called for deeper coordination on economic policy. This has also been true with the pandemic, where the price of shielding our economies from collapse destined the creation of recovery and resilience facility. And more importantly, where the price of saving lives meant coming together more than ever before to procure millions upon millions of vaccines for European citizens and beyond. Today, we are once again at a moment where we are required to take difficult decisions. This moment is not just a test for Europe, it is its most decisive exam. For the first time in our union's modern history, we are dealing with what we would call a cauldron of crises, each one posing its own set of consequences while exacerbating the others. So the urgency for us to adapt is very, very real. There are no simple solutions. There are no guarantees. Anybody who tells you otherwise does not understand the scale of the challenge. But despite the vast difficulties that we face, I am here to say that I am optimistic that together we can weather the storm. Because the European Union has a history of thriving in the face of adversity. We know, or we understand, how to turn crises into opportunities. And I am convinced that we can stand up to the challenges that we face, to answer the questions that people ask of us, explain them, no matter how difficult it is, communicate on them, because that is what they want of us in order for all of us to move forward together. There are holes that we need to fix when it comes to our energy policy. Even if today we are in a better position than we were a few months ago, we are still very vulnerable to a relative gas shortage coupled with inelastic demand and the external factor of weaponization of gas and other fossil fuels by Russia. In the Martin Center recent publication on Europe's tough energy choices, you outline a series of short and long-term measures to tackle this issue. In the short term, we need solidarity between member states at a time of emergency. This is why the joint procurement mechanism for gas is necessary. It is the only way for us to find a common way out without outbidding each other when it matters the most. We also need to look at decoupling electricity prices from gas prices. This is an extraordinary but temporary measure that will, together with windfall taxes, help share the burden. In the longer term, we need to shape a credible vision for our energy market of the future without abandoning our climate ambitions. One does not negate the other, though many in Europe today are trying to do precisely that. Common actions, solidarity in gas supply, and the creation of the credible energy single market with solid interconnections need to happen if we are to build resilience in the future. Rising energy prices is, of course, fueling inflation, resulting in less disposable ideas for households and businesses. Double-digit inflation and rapidly rising interest rates are causing a tsunami, wiping off the value of people's homes, salaries, and national budgets. Our economy recovered well after the pandemic, thanks to our economic governance framework and our Next Generation EU. So the foundations of our economy are strong. But now we must again set the right conditions to place the EU economy back on a stable path of growth. Debt is not discretionary. It must and it will be repaid. But we cannot allow the servicing of our loans to weigh down our capacity for action. On the other hand, on the contrary, debt can only be repaid if we manage to keep growing our economies with real, sustainable growth. That is the only way in which the public spending that is necessary would be possible. In the Martin Center March 2022 publication on changing Europe's strategic culture, the authors observe that Europe is at a turning point when it comes to its thinking on security and defense. I agree. Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine has sent shockwaves throughout our union and has exposed us to all our vulnerabilities when it comes to our security and defense. And on this, we are convinced Europe cannot keep kicking the can down the road. A comprehensive security and defense union needs to be at the top of our agenda. We need to make better use of our defense spending and avoid duplication in a pan-European defense capacity, in complement with NATO and not in competition. This will require a complete overhaul of our security and defense apparatus and infrastructure. Fortunately, many of the building blocks are already in place. The EU Strategic Compass for Security and Defense, together with the Defense Investment Gap Analysis, make up a solid basis to fortify our security and defense architecture by 2030. When it comes to strengthening our security and defense in a new age of hybrid warfare, it will be imperative that we take a holistic approach. We have done well to ban Kremlin propaganda tools. Yet we know that Russia continues to weaponize information and to push disinformation and misinformation. Our friends in the Baltics, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia have long warned us of these dangers, having already themselves been targets of Kremlin cyber attacks. The European Parliament itself has not been immune to this. Putin and his allies have gone to great lengths to weaponize the perceived divisions in our union. But I must say, with little success. But their lack of success does not mean that decisions are not needed for us to find a common way forward. Our Europe has welcomed millions of fleeing Ukrainians into our hearts and our homes. I am proud of our response and more convinced than ever that we can find the political will to move on these issues. And even other issues, such as ones that have been left on the shelf for far too long, like migration. I understand that there's no quick fix to the migration challenges that the European Union faces, but delaying these decisions are no longer an option. We need a comprehensive way forward together and in the spirit of sincere cooperation that is fair and humane with those seeking protection, firm with those who are not eligible, and strong with traffickers who exploit some of the most vulnerable human beings on our planet. We need to move and we need to think long term. And speaking about long term, allow me to say a quick word on the topic of health. The pandemic has revealed massive shortfalls in member states' healthcare systems. When it comes to curtailing the spread of viruses or facilitating access to specialized treatments, we have seen, proven with facts, that the solution often lies in more cross-border cooperation. And this must mean working towards something that the European Parliament has long called for, working towards a European health union. Ladies and gentlemen, the story of Europe is one that has been forged in crisis. At every point in modern day history, when Europe faced a reckoning, we have responded by moving closer together. The doctrine is one that consistently places cooperation above competition. It is one that has created prosperity, strong democracies, iron-fenced protection of personal liberties. It is one that works. And yet, this works in alleviating pressure in the short term, but does little to shield us from future, unknown, unpredicted shocks. And we are looking towards the 2024 European elections. And as we do so, we need to have a vision for the future. But to do this, we need to have the strategic foresight to think ahead. We need to show people that our project is not just fit for purpose at crisis management, but at crisis preparedness too. I am proud that the European Parliament has been a leader in this field, and here allow me to take a moment to credit Secretary General Klaus Welle for his contribution to our foresight capacities and to the European project as a whole, which I'm sure he will continue with you here. Last words. All the issues that I have outlined will not be easy to implement. There will never be easy politics. Many of the solutions will be forged with difficulty through tough negotiations and met with compromise. This is what Europe is all about. And this is precisely where the strength of our union lies. It is how we will emerge stronger, more united, more determined than ever before. And so, as we look for the solutions to the difficult questions that lie in front of us, our response to all of them must be one: Europe, wholeheartedly and without reservations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Metsola, for this encouraging and inspiring words here at the European Ideas Forum 2022. Now, dear audience, the time has come for our first panel discussion of the forum, namely seeking stability, inflation, and tackling Europe's economic challenges. To provide our panelists with some input and data, I invite you now all, you dear audience at the studio, and our online viewers, to open slido.com, use the code EIF, as in European Ideas Forum, so EIF 2020, and to answer the following poll. Should the ECB, European Central Bank, A, keep increasing interest rates at the current price, B, keep increasing but reduce the size of the interest rate rises, C, leave interest rates at the current level? I repeat, slido.com, code EIF 2020. We will have a look at those results some halfway through the panel. But now I would like to give the floor to our panelist and moderator, Dr. Owen Drea, Senior Research Officer at the Martin Center. Owen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be back in person, I have to say, after a couple of years of COVID-induced team and WebEx meetings. It's nice to finally see you face to face. As Sandra said, my name is Dr. Andre. I'm Research Officer here at the Martin Center, and I'm delighted that the first issue we're going to discuss today are the economic challenges facing Europe. I'm very happy to have two experts to discuss this with. The first is Ludwig Niedermayer, MEP. He's a EPP MEP representing Top 09 from Czechia. He is currently Vice Chair of the Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee in the European Parliament, the Econ Committee. And in a former life, he was employed by the Czech National Bank in a variety of roles, including Vice Governor and member of the board. Our second speaker from the European Commission is Pim Lescrovet. He's the expert attached to the cabinet of Commission Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis, EPP, and his responsibilities include, but are not limited to, Stability and Growth Pact, the fiscal framework, and relationships with the ECB and the European Fiscal Board. So I think we have less than 45 minutes. We have a lot to discuss. Given the expertise, I think we're going to talk a lot about inflation. We're going to talk about central banking. But I hope also we'll talk about the European fiscal framework and other topics. Just to provide a tiny little bit of context for those speakers who aren't economists, the Martin Center held an event last December, I believe, with Martin Sambu from the Financial Times. And the debate at that time was about, was inflation going to be transitionary or was it going to become more embedded? Then, of course, February 24th happened, the invasion of Ukraine, which supercharged kind of particularly core inflation, energy, food, and we now have a situation where inflation in the Eurozone is over 10% and more than double that in certain member states like in the Baltics. I suppose from an EPP perspective, from a Martin Centre's perspective, there are classical centre-right worries about the rate of inflation, about how do we control it, how do we get it down, about increased public debt levels, and I think increasingly about monetary policy generally and the European Central Bank. Okay, so with that, I'll start, Ludwig, with you, if it's okay. I think we last spoke at the EPP Party Congress in Rotterdam at the start of the summer. A lot has changed, continued to evolve since then. Maybe just kind of a general question is, you know, are we still behind the curve in fighting inflation, and what do you think the EPP priorities should be?
I guess, first of all, thanks for inviting me, and it's great to be with you and talk to my friends Mikolas. I guess we are behind the curve, but it's, first of all, it doesn't help to blame anyone. And the second, we should recognize, and Roberta talked about it, how difficult the circumstances were and are. Just going back to our Rotterdam meeting in summer, just emergence of the economy from pandemics was very unpredictable. You know, on one hand, when we put together Next Generation EU, we were convinced that economy will be very weak and that we will need some stimulus to get economy on its feet. When we re-experienced the recovery from lockdowns, it seems that economy was stronger because there was so much of fiscal stimulus that these bad news were weaker than the good news that were pushing economy up. Then we experienced the disruption in the global economy. That big boat blocking the way to Europe was just one of the accidents. Basically, the global economy came from the pandemic distorted, and distortion still continues. You can see what's going on in China. Then we experienced, and we didn't know about it, Russian preparation for war by not filling the gas storages that they have under management. And I guess still in autumn last year, there could have been some discussion if this could be just temporary or if it will last longer. I guess at the end of autumn and winter, it was getting more clear that this is not temporary. But when the war started, this was a new shock. So I guess for almost a year, we know that inflation is the problem. And we should say that inflation, such an inflation, is evil. It's distorting the economy. This is making people poorer, especially really poor ones. So we need to get rid of inflation. And probably central banks, a lot of central banks, generally speaking, were not very quick to react. But this was past. Now we must go focus to current situation. So I guess yesterday we had a hearing with President of ECB, Madame Lagarde. It seems to me that there is real understanding that situation is serious, and central banks must focus on their real job. That means to fight the inflation. And last thing I want to say, it's not easy. Roberta used this sentence. It's not easy. Why it's not easy? Everyone can get inflation down. You can do so-called overkill of the economy, and inflation will slide down from, I don't know, 10% to minus 5%, minus 3%, minus 6%. But this is wrong. This is what we don't want. We want to get from 10% to, let's say, 2% to something that is close to price stability. And this is a delicate, and we will probably talk about it because it has something to do with the conditions in the economy.
Yeah, that's interesting. Pim, before I come to you, just a follow-up to Ludek, which is, you know, there's a lot of talk. I think it was kind of amplified by the pandemic, then by war in Ukraine, which is this talk that, you know, the European Central Bank should take account of, you know, the fiscal positions of member states, that we need to take account of the debt sustainability, etc., etc. But do you think that risks the core underlying, you know, principle of the European Central Bank, which is to ensure price stability?
No, obviously, I have quite clear vision. If you look after everything, you get nothing at the end. So why we have a central bank? Central banks have clear mandate. They should look after price stability. Why they are independent, politically independent? Because we want to make sure that they do that anytime without respect to election cycle and so on. The best thing that central banks can do now is to look after inflation. Maybe at one aspect that you haven't mentioned, that is always also mentioned sometime, and this is if the central bank should coordinate. Not between the monetary and fiscal policy, that is fully legitimate, but between each other, like if Fed should look after what's going on in Europe, if ECB should look after what's going on in Asia, if in Asia they look at what's going on in Africa, I guess this is also wrong. When you are a central banker, obviously you look at all the aspects. Also, you should have in mind what are implications of your actions, but you should keep focusing on your main goal. The best thing that ECB, Federal Reserve, can deliver for the economy is to slowly but surely get inflation down. Inflation being down will deliver lower interest rates. Low interest rates will be better for investments, will be better for those who wants to take the mortgage. So we should not try to distract the central banks from their job. And luckily enough, in countries like in Europe, in member states, in America, after very painful experience, central banks are independent. So they should keep focusing on their job.
Okay, yeah, and I'll come back to you later, to both of you, about the politicization of central banking and stuff, because it's very interesting. But Pim, if I could turn to you, first of all, I have to apologize for the pronunciation of your family name.
Not the first one. It's comparatively well pronounced.
So yeah, like, you're the expert attached to the cabinet of EPP Commission Vice President Dombrovskis. The Commission just a couple of weeks ago launched this revised Eurozone governance framework. It's something that we in the Martin Centre have been involved with for a long time. So maybe if you just want to give an overview of what exactly is proposed and how it might change.
Yeah. No, exactly. So what we first started with, because it has been a very long process before we came to the 9th of November with our orientations. So we basically launched already this whole debate when the college started at the end of 2019, because we of course know that this is a complicated debate with very divisive views across countries, political parties. So what we first wanted to achieve is some kind of agreement on the analysis, what went wrong and what went well with the previous rules or with the current rules, basically. And where we came out is that it's not so easy also and on that front, because what everybody I think can easily agree on is that the rules as we know them now have delivered on a number of things. I mean, keeping deficits generally below 3 has relatively well worked. But beyond that, and in particular where debts were already high, the rules were not effective in getting debt levels down. Take countries like Belgium, my country, Italy, France, Spain, which had already a problem a decade ago, which was reinforced with the financial crisis, and then the decade afterwards did not really lead to a substantial debt reduction, although at least towards the end, economic times were relatively benign. So we had the problem of delivery, where the real matter is, and that is debt sustainability. So what we then said, okay, how does this come? And what are the reasons for that? And then, of course, the views already start diverging. Some say it's enforcement, we didn't enforce the rules. Others say, it's not enforcement, you couldn't enforce the rules because they were not realistic and not abidable by politicians. So it's logical they were not enforced. So it's a matter of the rules being unrealistic, not enforced, being too complex, not understandable, not being communicable. So there are many reasons, but the bottom line is that after all these many discussions we had with a lot of stakeholders, both member states, but also the European Parliament, social partners, is that we try to find a way to tackle as many as possible of all these different issues. So our proposal basically aims at improving specifically on delivery. So how do we try to do that in the new proposal is, on the one hand, trying to make the rules more realistic and more owned by those who will need to comply with them, being governments, by making the debt reduction targets more country-specific and gradual, so that this complaint of the rules not being realistic, the 1/20 debt rule not being abided to because it would be too harsh in terms of effort, that this complaint we can no longer, let's say, get. Also an element of let's say, of more ownership is that we try to make sure that member states can also choose a little bit more themselves. How much do they consolidate? Or how much do they reform and invest? Because in the end, all these three elements matter to get your debt down, because the more your economy grows, the more your debt goes down in its ratio. So these kind of three components we put a little bit more at the same level with the ultimate aim to get debt down. On the other hand, we say, okay, this is all fine, ownership, but in the end, it still needs to happen. And we also want to be a bit stronger on that side. First, by putting a very clear, let's call it minimum benchmarks or common rules for that owned plan. So it's not like free for all, or member states can just do whatever within that kind of concept of getting your debt down. So the Commission will come forward as a first step with its own idea of how this should look like for a member state to do that. Which sets equal treatment. I mean, not, let's say, the same treatment for all, but still equal treatment in the sense that countries with the same problem are dealt with in the same way. And if you have a low debt, this, of course, is a different policy than if you have a high debt. But still, let's say, reassurances for equal treatment. From the start, first step is the Commission. Also, importantly, some more enforcement mechanisms. for instance, in particular for countries with really high debt ratios, where they would, let's say, go off track from their commitments, be it on reforms, investments, or on fiscal trajectory, that we would be more easily getting to the point of enforcement mechanisms. Opening excessive deficit procedures would happen by default for these high member states. There would be a new tool to enforce these reforms and investments. So a bit more ownership, a bit more flexibility, but also the idea of stronger enforcement tools.
Yeah, because I think it's interesting. I think from an EPP perspective is that we in the Martin Centre, we have long argued that there has to be a degree of more, ownership at national level. I think that was one of the key lessons from the bailouts during the financial crisis, that there had to be national ownership. But I just think as we move forward into 2023, I think we'll see significant debate about enforcement, because I think if you're going to have a greater degree of national enforcement, you're going to have very clear debate about who's enforcing the rules. And I would say, plain devil's advocate, it's not surprising that the Commission should see themselves as the ultimate arbiters, and I'm sure that's what the arguments will be about in the coming year. But you mentioned something, and Ludic, you mentioned it earlier, was this, how this coordination of monetary policy on a global scale, we shouldn't spend too much nights awake about it. But I'd like to ask both of you about the relationship now between fiscal and monetary policy in the macroeconomic environment we have now, in the sense of, coming from the left, there's a lot of talk about how we need, increased spending for defense, we need increased spending for the green transition, we need increased spending for digitalization. So I'm just wondering, as we enter a cycle where monetary policy is being tightened, what should be the principles of fiscal policy? Pim,
No, I think we indeed. So we entered that debate of stronger coordination between monetary and fiscal policy with the COVID crisis. It was, of course, not a new debate, but then it was in a way easy because it was aligned. Very expansionary monetary policy and expansionary fiscal policy. And I think this idea of reinforced coordination of them working hand in hand remains very valid, but in the opposite way right now. So one of the key, let's say, recommendations that we're now giving to Euro area member states is absolutely don't go against what the ECB is doing in terms of combating inflation. Because the only result you would get if you were to do that, and that's actually what we see now, is that the ECB will be forced to raise interest rates more because inflation will be higher and the impact on the economy will be even worse than if a government would not spend or, let's say, have an expansionary policy. So we're really very strong on that point. It doesn't mean that there cannot be any spending. There can be spending specifically targeted at those most vulnerable that cannot pay their energy bills. Very fair. This needs to be done, but it needs to be much more targeted. And the other side is it needs to be prioritized. Indeed, you have so many needs now, and governments will need to choose a bit where to put the money. But the full blanket support to the whole economy will be totally counterproductive at this stage.
And because Ludic, just like when I look at you, I'm just thinking more of the political economy context. I'm thinking politicians very afraid of inflation, very afraid of the next elections. Money seems to be plenty of money being spent, but not a lot of money being targeted, maybe.
Probably we are not afraid of inflation enough, because if we would be really afraid of inflation and if we know at least a little bit about the economy, then we would be concerned about increased spending. Because increased spending can have only two consequences. The first, it can increase the balance of payment deficit. That is not very welcomed, because now due to high energy costs, many countries have quite a substantial current account deficit. And the second, it will increase inflation. So we must be very careful. And here I fully emphasize what you said. We must help the most affected household. We also should somehow protect especially small and medium businesses. But at the same time, we should understand that if the governments will go for fiscal expansion, this will be more difficult to get rid of inflation. And inflation is just evil. I want to repeat that. And if the fiscal policy will not deliver its part, that means that monetary policy will have to do more.
Yeah.
If some believe that it's better for the people, we should think about people that took the mortgage, for example. We should think about people that have savings that are eroded by high inflation. So I guess it's very important to keep focus. Quicker we get inflation under control, better will be the situation of the fiscal policy with the interest rates and the debt service. And also I want to go back, if I may, a little bit to fiscal rules, because I must feel that I was kind of unhappy that it took so long to come with the proposal. And we can spend an endless discussion if we want to make it more realistic or weaker or stronger. But on the substance, what is the problem of these rules? It's not transparent enough, and most importantly, it gives no guidance for the finance minister in short run. It was based economically very correctly on output gap, on potential growth, so on. But you know, we always know about real output gap maybe 5 years after the time, and it doesn't help because it's just too late. So I guess we should aim to get to the fiscal rules that will guide the governments and finance minister what is sustainable. Because otherwise we will again end up talking about what will happen 10 years from now, 5 years from now, 20 years from now. And in the meantime, we will do such a bad short-term fiscal policy decisions that will not put only the country and their citizens under threat, but all the single market. Because even if one country in Europe create self-inflicted fiscal crisis, everyone is affected through the single market. So we should be quicker, and we should really focus on the practical part of this story. So that means to make sure that the finance minister see what they can do. Last sentence, there is now very nicely used sentence that there is a deficit bias in current fiscal policy. Why? Because the left parties, they like to increase the expenditures without having revenues. But unfortunately, and we have seen that just recently in the UK, where the conservatives tend to cut taxes without being able to tax the expenditures. And these two together cause some drag towards higher and higher deficit. Look at UK situation that kept a low level of debt like for 30, 40 years. Yeah. And within the decade, they increased debt by the margin of 2, from around 40% to 90%. We should not repeat that. We must make sure that the fiscal policy will be responsible and will be targeted towards the debt sustainability.
Yeah, I think I'm very glad that you mentioned the UK, because it's really kind of a warning to other member states, because the fiscal dynamics of the UK before their little mini crisis compared relatively favourably to a lot of Eurozone members. So I think we shouldn't forget that. Pim, maybe just coming back to you, I can't help but, like, we spend a lot of time in the member states with our member foundations, and when we're talking about this, I find that there is, this may sound a bit simplistic, but there's a whole generation, maybe even 2 generations now, who don't fully understand what Ludek was talking about in the perils of inflation. But also that they don't seem to understand that this decade or this era of, you know, negative interest rates or 0.5% interest rates was an anomaly in economic history. And that as we kind of move towards normalization, and granted it's been, you know, really complicated by the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, but as we move to this, you know, back to this process of normalization, that there's going to be some significant economic dislocation either way. Is that?
Yeah. I fully agree that indeed this period of more or less a decade of very, very low interest rates is not, let's say, historically underpinned by many precedents. So the normal situation is rather of relatively contained but still positive interest rates. So, and that is where we're now getting to. I would not, on the one hand, over dramatize the shift. It is a welcome shift. It is a sign of getting back to normal. It is also manageable, for instance, in terms of government debt, in the sense that government debt has a longer maturity, I mean, also longer than in the past. So this increase in interest rates will feed into public debt gradually. So it is not an argument now to say that this debt suddenly has become unsustainable. We need new tools to deal with it. The ECB has a mandate, and indeed it should be focused on price stability, and that as a consequence of that focusing on that mandate, there is a certain increase in interest rates. The ECB has also put in place a specific instrument, TPI, to deal with cases where they would need to, where they would need to intervene if its monetary policy transmission is impaired. It didn't have to apply it. So I think it's also a good sign. And what I would also say that if we want to keep it that way, orderly, increase but orderly, a lot will depend on how our fiscal policies, member states' fiscal policies, are credible and predictable. And that is where the UK went wrong. Because it was a departure from what was normally seen as credible and predictable. So I think we can survive with a higher level of debt, but it brings me back, and I agree with you, that where it matters now is to have a very credible framework that is adhered to, that gives guidance to finance ministers, to member states, to get debt back on the right trajectory. The speed is perhaps less important than the being credible on the trajectory.
Probably like Belgium is a good example. Its current debt levels, something similar when Wilfred Martins actually took over as Prime Minister. So it is possible to reduce gradually over time. Whether there's the political will is maybe the question. And Ludic, just on all the politics of this, I remember when I started in the Martin Centre, 2013, 2014, and I had a conversation with Tommy, my boss, and he was going, you know, we were just coming out of the financial crisis, and it was like, you know, this is the time now that, you know, governments need to reform, you know, that we need to do now these really structural reforms, you know, pension systems in Italy, company cars in Belgium, the Irish legal system, whatever it is, there's so many. But I just think now, a decade later, we had, you know, practically zero interest rates. The real cost of borrowing was basically zero. You know, maybe politicians haven't fully, didn't seize the moment maybe over the last decade. Is that fair?
Probably it is fair. I was not in politics, so it's very easy for me to comment on that. But some people would say that good times mean bad politics, and bad time delivers good politics. Sometimes it happens because you can see how in these extremely difficult times we are able to take the decisions that we would never have courage of. But yes, we have lost time, definitely. And I'm surprised that still one puzzle word was not mentioned here, and this is the word growth. We need the economic growth. And sometimes actually a lack of inflation also means that we don't have a growth. And exactly the reforms that you are talking about are not only for the sake of improving the fiscal sustainability and free some money from the budget, but they are to speed up the economic growth. It's completely false, the idea that only way how to get the economic growth is to increase the expenditures. We know that governments are not very skilled in directing expenditures the most efficient way to speed up the growth, but we need a structural reform. Actually, it's interesting to see here Mikuláš, who did something in Slovakia that one would expect is completely normal because you just do the right things. And it delivers such a strong result. And what's worse, such unusual results, because we haven't seen a lot of real reform efforts in the Europe going on in last decade. That finally, I hope we will take some inspiration. And that's why we in the Parliament and the Commission is putting together a lot of conditionality. They say, okay, you will have RF money, but please do reform. Please, you have European semester, read it. It was narrowed down to just a few key recommendations. But I must say that I feel certain frustration that we are not delivering. And I guess the environment for the economic growth is getting more difficult. Europe very often was relying on external sources of growth, especially on increase of our trade, because we were very effective in producing a lot of goods. But in this world, it's complicated. It's more complicated than ever. We have growth of protectionism, trade barriers, and different things. So we must keep focusing on reform, encouraging domestic demand, sustainable domestic demand, and generate high growth. High growth is the easiest way how to get out of a high debt.
Yeah, it's true, and it's going to be interesting moving forward because after all that's happened over the last decade, the Eurozone, the United States, and now Britain find themselves in broadly similar situations, debt to GDP about 90, 100% or whatever. So it will be interesting to see. As I come from Ireland, I worry more about the Eurozone because I think there is more structural blockages that can reduce growth in the shorter term. In the longer term, yes, definitely more stable, but in the shorter term, to get that GDP down will be interesting. Before I come to Sandra, just to announce the results of the Slido poll, Ludek, I want to ask you one question because in classic Brussels fashion, we always tend to associate the Eurozone with the EU economy. But of course, we have significant economies in Central and Eastern Europe that aren't part of the single currency. I'm not sure if I'm right, but I'm thinking in Czechia, we're looking at something like 15% inflation and something like 7% inflation rate. So I was just wondering if you could say a word on the economic conditions in Czechia at the moment.
That wish I know what's going on exactly, but this was kind of interesting exercise or experiment because, for example, our central bank was right to assess that we are facing not only the cost pushes but also demand inflation. So our central bank quickly increased the interest rate, but still we are not performing better. And what is now remarkable that for countries, if you speak about Hungary, Czech Republic, to some extent Poland, Romania, is that due to really not very favorable global economic conditions, we know that there is a risk that the world will slide into global recession, basically inflicted also partly by Russian aggression in Ukraine. There is increase of risk premium. So actually our countries are facing increase of risk margins. So that means that we have higher interest rate, but part of this higher interest rate is not, to put it simply, used for fighting the inflation, but just compensate for the interest for the risk. So as the consequence, we are not very successful in quicker get inflation down. Maybe it will come, but definitely it's not going on now. Okay. But at the same time, obviously, much higher interest rates are adverse for the economic growth.
Yeah.
So we are probably heading to, I would guess, quicker slowdown of the economy. And at the same time, it's not true that savings would be more protected. Because if we experience months ago 18% inflation, so even if the interest rates are around 5%, that means that you are losing 30% on your savings, while in Eurozone with 10% inflation and let's say 2% interest rate, you lose only 8. So my argument is that even this situation, when the central banks took right measures, they react quickly to threat of inflation, it didn't deliver better result compared to hypothetical situation that we would be in the Eurozone. But otherwise, we are on the same boat. Okay. We are facing the same shock, economically speaking. This is high energy prices, there is security shock and etc. So it's not such a big difference, but it doesn't seem to me that independent monetary policy has delivered better results.
And no stimulation of the debate about Eurozone membership or anything in Prague?
I guess it will come, because we have seen even during this year increase of popularity in Euro, but it's true that the governments are too busy in handling this short-term threat and crisis that there is, and within the government there are quite often different opinions. Yep. So probably they have a feeling that it's not right time for this politically difficult debate. Yeah. But it's for me unfortunate because, as we know, to get to Eurozone it takes some time. So sooner you start, better you have theoretical chance to enter. So I am still of my opinion that for my country and similar countries it would be better to join, and debate should not be postponed. But at the same time I understand that this is extremely difficult time for the governments to and they must keep focus on the best, on the biggest things in the short run. But by short run, in this case, I mean weeks and months and not years.
Yeah, okay. Okay, great. I'm not sure if it's time for Sandra to come back in with the results of the poll.
Indeed, Owen, thank you very much. I'm here to reflect our audience opinion on the Slido question we posted at the beginning with the code EIF22, so EIF22. And our audience online and you here at the studio have voted the following. For the question, should the ECB keep increasing interest rates at the current pace, 30% voted for A. The majority of you voted for keep increasing but reduce the size of the interest rate rises, 57%. And the 13% of our audience voted that the ECB should leave interest rates at the current level. Thank you for voting. I leave you with this remark.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. It looks a bit like the results of the Governing Council of the ECB at the moment, although I'm a bit worried that at the political foundation of the EPP that we have 13% who think we should leave inflation or interest rates as they are. Pim, one specific question just back on the Eurozone framework, because we just have about 10 minutes left. I was just wondering, you know, where do you envisage the European kind of fiscal board sitting in this new arrangement? Because I think there was a hope in some quarters that maybe it would emerge as some sort of independent arbiter of the member states' plans. I'm not sure if you want to just...
Yeah, no, I think the first thing to mention on this is that, and indeed you mentioned it, that the Commission sees itself always at the center of this exercise, and that is of course true, but it's also because it's so that the treaty is constructed this way. So it's not a choice in a way, unless you would change the treaty. But it's true that over time we have of course seen the importance of let's say ways to enhance our credibility in a way in the role that both the Commission and then the Council plays in that. So, and that's why the EFB came around. I mean, and we're ready to open that debate. It was also mentioned in our communication on the 9th of November. We don't have very, let's say, prescribed views already on how the EFB could actually play a better, even better role in the future. We have been, from our side, been overly happy with the fact that they exist, that they, let's say, have a role in scrutinizing what we're doing, being public about this, whether this can be done better, making them somehow a bit more independent even, or giving them more access to data, that I think are things to discuss. What I think is also perhaps a thing to mention is not that, okay, I have not, let's say, the impression that because they're functionally attached to the Commission, that they are not independent in what they write. Because, I mean, for instance, if you see what they have written in terms of the economic governance review over the past years, this was clearly not always in line with what the Commission thought and what we came out with. So there's proof of their independence. Also now recently in their annual report criticizing for our guidance on 2021. So I think there's a body of independence there, but perhaps we need to see how to better exploit it in a timely way to help member states to implement the rules.
Go on.
I have big respect for EFB, and when we put together a parliament report on the fiscal rules, we consulted them a lot, and I guess it seems to me clear that not only we but also you took inspiration from work of Professor Tigerson team, and it's excellent work. Where I see the role is one point that is important. I guess we are on the same footing concerning the expenditure rule, because this is more transparent and this is exactly what provided short-term guidance. But big trick, political trick, will be that part country-specific trajectory that is very important, because we on one hand we understand that to get from 140, 130 it's difficult. On the other hand, we also want to make sure that countries from 50 will not get to 80. So there is fully legitimate that view of both EFB and Commission that there should be country-specific target. But then there is a question of political credibility. And here, I guess, if there would be some independent eye that would look at the recommendation and would make it legitimate, to make sure that it's not that, I don't know, the big country has get a better treatment than smaller country, or smaller country X will get a nicer, that means softer goals than country C. Here, I guess some involvement of someone who is more independent, who will make the assessment that this is economic decision, taking into account a lot of variables, demography, potential growth, etc. But it's unbiased. This would, I guess, help, because this is the first target of politic debate.
Yeah.
That if the Commission will not have too much of politic choice, and this politic choice will be misused. So that's why I can imagine that someone like EFB, who will put the rubber stamp that it's correct, it's transparent, it's equal treatment, would help. And EFB for me has a very good track record.
Yeah, kind of like I think it's the Office of Budgetary Responsibility in the UK, because it was the absence of their analysis that played a key role in the recent trauma in the UK. We've got about 8 or 9 minutes, so I'm just going to look around the room. If anybody has a question, please just raise your hand. It's hard to see 360.
Behind you.
Yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, MEP Niedermayer, on the comment about inflation and its evil nature. I completely agree. But I'm wondering, you have discussed monetary policy to some level, but I'm wondering whether there is any leeway for governments to take some action, and not necessarily when it comes to monetary policy and independence, of course, but fighting the elevated price levels that are prevalent across Europe. And I'm talking about regulatory and tax policy.
Yeah.
So the next panel is going to be on energy policy, for example. A lot of member states have banned nuclear. A lot of member states have banned fracking. Are the elevated price levels partially down to the own actions of our own governments? Thank you.
I guess this is something that we were missing here, and this is a very important point, because we were talking about medium to long term, but there are short-term challenges, and I would divide into two, but also I guess you should say something on that. So first, and going back to that inflation, government should not undermine effort of the central bank to get inflation down. It sounds easy, but as the reality, we know that, I guess, according to Commission estimates, only 30% of the measures fighting the energy crisis were the right ones, so that means targeted. And I have even seen the estimate that it was only 10%. So that means that actually, unfortunately, a lot of support in energy crisis is going the direction that can undermine this inflation. And this inflation is important. But you mentioned also other things that are of short-term nature, because in short run, still we are fighting with the energy crisis. We are now focused on prices, but above the prices, there is security of supply. And here I must say I'm quite impressed by Commission work, because they put together so many things. Last and not least, that effort to really free the renewables installation from too much of regulation in the short run. This is for me exactly the kind of policy that governments should persuade. Also, the energy savings, they are not only important for security of supply, but they are also important for reducing the fiscal cost of the energy crisis measures, because many countries are going for the ceilings for prices. But if I subsidize a smaller amount of terawatt hours, then the fiscal cost is lower. So there are a lot of things. And last not least, and you mentioned that there will be discussion about taxation. I guess that if the countries will emerge from this situation, and by this situation I mean combination of COVID and this crisis with too high structural deficit, then I guess we should go for taxation. And obviously, in order to do that the way that will not be so adverse for the economic growth, we should focus on such taxes that are not so negative for the economic growth. Obviously, I should start with the sentence that we should look after expenditures. This is by default. You always have to look at the expenditures. There is always space how to make expenditures more efficient, but we should not get frozen at too high structural deficit because we don't have a courage to look at the taxes. And I guess sometimes it would be even good at the EU level to really reconsider if current tax strategies that are very often not taxing the capital gains, that are sometimes not taxing so much the assets, but are taxing quite a heavily income, if this is right choice. It's very difficult, and Mikuláš can talk about it, on one country level to have a courage to make big shift in structure of taxes. But if there would be kind of agreement that we all would shift towards something that is economically more sound, it would be easier for member states to start to implement this.
Yeah.
Very briefly, because then leave some space for other questions. I think, indeed, one of the key problems now is these high energy prices, but it's not so easy to fix. And indeed, we have tried a lot. I mean, since last year, at the end of last year, we already saw these prices increase. We had all these toolboxes, but in the end, gas is a global market where there is an imbalance between supply and demand now, which leads to high prices. So, and we can try to intervene at the margin, and in electricity it may be a bit easier because it's more European. But on gas markets we try a lot, and now we have the latest thing with our gas cap, which is very difficult to do, but we try and we take a lot of steps. But in the end, what it will require is to rebalance demand and supply, because that's the only way to get your prices down structurally on gas and electricity, which means we need to invest in our renewables. And this is not something that is so long term. We have this Repower EU, which should be voted still this year, which means that this can be rolled out next year. It's still 225 billion left, which can be meant for solar panels, windmills, and these are things you can, let's say not all of them, but you can start gradually building up so that in a couple of months, in a year, 2 years, you have already much less of a problem. So indeed, we have a lot of short-term measures, but market regulation, all the things we do now, fiscal measures to protect the vulnerable, we need to do, but it's not a fundamental solution to the problem, which requires reducing reliance on these fossil fuels.
Yeah. Maybe I will add one thing that maybe surprise you, and this is digitalization. And I'm going to that very surprising result that while I guess all economists would agree that we should go for targeted support, but we ended up by a huge majority in the wrong one. And we should ask the question, was it because the governments intentionally took a wrong decision from this to select the worst, or isn't it because they don't have sufficient data? And this is for me a real test of digitalization, because we invest heavily across the Europe into digitalization. But are we now in the situation that we cannot use the data to target the policy in the energy crisis? This would be a big fail, but I guess this is the reality. I don't think that so many governments intentionally took the second best decision or not the first best decision. I guess the reality is that they find that they cannot put together the data to really make a targeted support in the energy crisis. If this is the reality, first we must improve, and the second we should recognize that this is quite a costly mistake from the reason I have mentioned.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ludek. Thank you, Pim. It was a very quick 45 minutes. There was a lot to discuss, but thank you very much. And I think we should remember there's a lot of challenges there for the EPP. I think at national level, a lot of EPP governments can do better on fiscal policy, targeted expenditure. I think that's very, very important. And with that, I will hand it back to Sandra.
Thank you very much, Owen. Thank you, our dear panelists. A big applause for our very first panel of the European Ideas Forum 2022. Dear viewers and dear audience, I know we have in program a little coffee break. However, due to some technical issue, I have to be the carrier of the bad news. We will resume straight away with our next point on the agenda, but I promise we will give you that coffee break later. So please join me in welcoming the Secretary General of the European Parliament, Mr. Klaus Welle, who will be interviewed by the Head of Communications and Marketing of the Martin Center, Margherita Movarelli. Margherita, over to you.
Yeah. So thank you, Sandra. Thank you, everyone, for being here. A warm welcome to the Secretary General of the European Parliament, Mr. Klaus Welle, And a warm welcome also from my side to the audience present here in person for the first time after 2 years, and also to our online viewers watching us through the Martin Center digital platforms. Secretary General, I think you don't need lengthy introductions, particularly here in Brussels. People know very well your commitment to the European project, as you devoted basically your entire professional life to European affairs. And obviously you served, as people may know, for over 2 decades, if I'm not wrong, in the European Parliament in different capacities, the last one as Secretary General since 2009. So I would add to this that you are an economist by education, something that people may not know, passionate about history and political affairs. Of course, you tell me if there is something I forgot that you may want to add. So you are certainly someone with in-depth practical and theoretical knowledge of European institutions and European processes. So reshaping Europe through crisis is the umbrella topic of this edition of the forum. And over the past decade, our European democracies and economies have been destabilized on many fronts by the financial and COVID-19 crisis and now by the ongoing war in Ukraine. If Europe is forged in crisis, as Jean Monnet famously said, what advancement can be made at the European level and for the European project under the current circumstances?
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much for your question. First, I hope that the audience isn't holding against me that you don't have a coffee break now. No, I think we've made these experiences since 2008, at least myself actively in the past 14 years as Secretary General of the Parliament and before as Head of Cabinet to the President. And unfortunately, it's the case that member states are only ready to act with the back to the wall and looking into the abyss. And this took a couple of years during the financial crisis, maybe 2 years. It was much shorter during COVID. And again, fortunately, we've seen an acceleration now on Ukraine. I think there are a couple of opportunities coming out of this. We are seeing that the European Union is developing into a security and defense union. I think finally people have understood that energy dependence is not to be taken lightly. And thirdly, and I think that's something which we are going to see more and more in the next couple of weeks and months, in order to do what we have to do, we need a solid financial basis. And according to the treaties, since the very beginning, we have own resources. But in practice, because customs and duties have been more and more reduced, those have been disappearing largely and have been replaced by very indirect flows from member states, which now makes the member states believe that this is a kind of membership fee they are paying on an annual basis. So I think the issue of own resources has to be sorted out relatively quickly on the basis of the agreement found between the European Parliament and the Council at the negotiation of the last MFF. And I think these three represent big opportunities: solid financing, energy, and also moving into the direction of a security and defense union.
Yeah, this is bringing me to my second question, how to support Ukraine at the EU level. Because we see we are reaching a critical point in the war in Ukraine with Russia on the defensive, but at the same time mounting frustrations in the different EU member states because of the rising cost of energy, because of other indirect costs that are related, unfortunately, to the war. How can the EU support Ukraine and continue supporting Ukraine, as we know that Ukrainians are fighting for their country's sovereignty, but at the same time, how can the EU help EU member states quell dissent at home?
Yeah. I think first it has to be said, and at least that's what I can observe in the European Parliament, that the coalition supporting Ukraine is still huge. I mean, it even goes into the very left and into the very right, into areas where we are a bit surprised that we are in this situation. So I think everybody has understood the atrocities Russia is committing. So I think the support for Ukraine, fortunately, is not waning. And we, I think, also have to communicate very strongly that if ever Ukraine would be defeated, plus Belarus, we would be confronted with more than 200 million people directly on our eastern border with a very aggressive Russia, and that aggression then would be directed directly against Romania, Poland, the Baltic states. So we are very fortunate that the Ukrainians are taking up the fight, but in fact they're fighting our fight. They're fighting for our freedom, and I think that can be communicated to our population. It's true, we also have it in the European Parliament. We lowered a bit the temperature. The room temperature is no longer 21 degrees, it's 19 degrees, but it's nothing compared to what the Ukrainian people have to go through right now.
And you mentioned, when you answered the first question, security and defense as one important aspect on which the EU can advance, in fact. Recently, you also said in an interview at Columbia University that we are facing a paradigm shift from prices to security, meaning that decisions will be based in the future less on the price factor and more on the security aspect. So if security drives global decision making, is it time for the EU to truly build its security pillar? And I guess your answer would be yes, considering what you said before. So if yes, how do you expect it to happen, and what would be the driving force?
Yeah, maybe let me explain what I mean. After 1991, the general conviction became that the time of system competition is over. I'm a veteran, so I've still been politically socialized in the 80s, so I'm coming from a different world. But that basically meant that there was a common agreement, we can invest wherever we want, the system we are investing in doesn't matter anymore, we can do that freely, and the only thing that counts is that we can produce as cheaply as possible. We are now seeing that this period of 30 years is definitely over. We are living in a new world where we are challenged directly, not only by Putin, but in a different way also by China, and where therefore price is no longer the only argument, but I think security is getting more and more into the forefront, not only for us with Russia, but if you see, for example, the latest decisions taken by the United States government when it comes to high technology semiconductors, where they don't allow any cooperation anymore with China, where they even threaten their own nationals, that their nationality, their citizenship is being withdrawn if they continue to do that, you see that we are living in a different world. We had the same decision with Huawei. Most of the governments decided against Huawei, and they decided in favor of Nokia and Ericsson, even though Nokia and Ericsson was more expensive and less performant. That's what you normally call inflation. So after 3 decades of deflationary effects of hundreds of millions of Chinese and other people in Asia getting into the global market, we are now reflating our economies, and therefore it's not just linked to the situation in Ukraine. So what can we do? First, I think we've seen during the Ukraine war that we are living in times of weaponization of everything. It's no longer just about military hardware, but we've seen refugees being weaponized, we are seeing food being weaponized, we are seeing energy being weaponized. So for those conflicts, NATO doesn't have the toolkit. And in fact, all of those reactions were answers from the European Union. So also in security and defense, we are living in a new time where NATO does not have the complete toolkit, and in many areas the European Union has to get into the lead. So NATO and the EU are becoming complementary. So what we have been discussing under the heading of strategic autonomy is in reality the capacity of the European Union to be able to react to external shocks. but might be also in the military area. European peace facility, more than 3 billion now invested into buying armaments, which is completely new. But security in the larger sense can only be guaranteed with tools which are with the European Union, and there we have to further advance.
Yeah, absolutely. There are many problems that, indeed, as you point out, should be fixed together. I will use the opportunity of this, in a live show, you have to adapt microphones, you have to be ready to improvise. So I will use the opportunity to shift a bit, but not really from what you said, because you mentioned the importance of the EU to couple with the US and the importance of a transatlantic alliance. We certainly have many things in common, and the transatlantic alliance, we know it's one of the geopolitical pillars of the global order as we know it. However, we live also in an era of geopolitical changing realities and, more important, shifting geopolitical balances. So besides the common interests that are obvious, which tie both sides of the Atlantic, do you see any diverging interests? And if so, how is this going to affect the transatlantic partnership?
Yeah. Maybe to frame my answer in the right way, I would like to start by saying that I'm a German Christian Democrat. German Christian Democrats are intellectually extremely poor. We had for 70 years only three ideas. We had for 70 years only three ideas: European integration, social market economy, and transatlantic partnership. So that there's no doubt. But those ideas were not too bad. But of course, we shouldn't be naive as well. We see that now there are also diverging interests. The United States has achieved energy autonomy. And it has achieved it by deciding that fracking is okay. We are not in the same situation. But that means that, for example, we cannot expect the same policy of the United States in the Middle East that we have seen in past decades. And we are seeing that, for example, Saudi Arabia is very quickly reorienting towards China. So here we start to have different interests. We can see this as well with the Inflation Reduction Act more recently, which is serving for major European companies as a big attraction to maybe not invest for latest technology on the European continent, but in the United States. And I think that's something we need to talk about. Yes, of course, we want to replace energy flows from Russia towards other sources, including liquefied natural gas from the United States. But is it also possible to maybe have long-term reliable contracts at a decent price in that relationship? So we are partners, we are friends, our security depends on our common engagement, but there are also issues to be sorted out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we covered enough the global perspective, so we zoomed out a lot. There would be many other aspects to be mentioned, but I would like now to zoom in back to Europe with something which is in fact connected, because it's the cleavage between autocracies and democracies that seems in a way to dominate the new vision or division of the global order. In times of global challenges, what's the status of our European democracy, and do you think its legitimacy vis-à-vis European citizens has become weaker or stronger after the past recent crisis?
I believe that nowadays, when there's a major crisis, and that's contrary to maybe 20 years ago, citizens know that the place for solving it is the European Union and is Brussels. And maybe I could even go so far, independently of what you formally find in the treaties. Because when we look at health, the treaty base was extremely slim, but after 6 weeks, national governments realized they couldn't solve it at home. So they moved the issue onto the table of the European Union. And yes, also on energy, there's wide discretion for the member states. In reality, we knew 10 years ago that we had to change our, let's say, we had to diversify the areas, the countries where we were getting energy from, but it hasn't been done. But very quickly, and I've been in a meeting with one of the prime ministers of the European Union, they said we have to solve it together in Europe. I cannot solve it at home. And that's something also the citizens have understood. And we recently had, with the last elections, an increase of 8% in participation in the European elections, which means 8 percentage points, which is 20%. And I think that was already an indication that people have understood that the very important decisions very often nowadays are taken on the table of the European Union. We also have early indications for the next European elections in 2024, and it looks like that the interest among citizens right now is about 10% higher than it was at the same moment 5 years ago.
Do you think this is related purely to the fact that indeed the European citizens are starting to realize that the European Union is there and is acting fast? How do you see this connected perhaps to the decreasing Euroscepticism in a way of some political forces that used to be very vocal against the European Union?
I mean, what I can observe in the European Parliament is that the climate inside the House has become much less confrontational. We are no longer in the times of Nigel Farage, where he was shouting down the chamber. But the readiness to cooperate, I think, has been extended much more to the right and also much more to the left. For example, if I take Brexit, the GUO group has played a very constructive role during the Brexit negotiations. Sinn Féin is a member of that group, and they were interested to be in the information flow. So they have been acting as let's say, as a reliable, as a responsible partner. And we can see this also further to the right, the willingness to just be system opposition, but not be part of, let's say, the decision making. This stance has been reduced in this parliament clearly compared to the last one.
So you mentioned the 2024 European elections, the Spitzenkandidat or lead candidate process. We know that was created to bridge the gap and indeed to reduce the democratic deficit and at the same time increase the legitimacy of the president of the European executive. How can we make the process work in 2024? Very difficult question, I know. When we know that objective and subjective preconditions will be there again, and do you think there is still an unused potential under the treaty on which we can rely?
Yeah. In 2014, I received a half-page portrait in the Financial Times accusing me to have been the devious mind behind the Spitzenkandidaten idea. Let's put it like this, I've been one of the devious minds, but not the only devious minds, because at the end of the day, something is working. I mean, many people have contributed to this. It worked in 2014, it didn't work in 2019. So, like in football, we can say, it's now 1-1 and we go into prolongation. And that is in 2024. What is critical for success? I think it's critical for success that we understand that the European Union is a real two-chamber system with two equal chambers. The Parliament, the chamber of the citizens, and the Council, the chamber of the states. And when you look at the Lisbon Treaty, you see very clearly that these two sources of legitimacy are always equal and have to come together. So when European political parties are nominating candidates, I think they have to take systematically into account who can receive both a qualified majority in the European Council and a qualified majority in the European Parliament, because you need two qualified majorities. And in this sense, Jean-Claude Juncker was the perfect seduction for the European Council, because the European Council couldn't say, we don't know that guy, who is he? I mean, he had been sitting there for 30 years. So very difficult to be refused. a center-left Christian Democrat appealing to the Social Democrats. I mean, he was saying of himself, I'm a Christian Social Democrat. He wasn't saying, I'm a social Christian Democrat. He was saying, I'm a Christian Social Democrat. So candidate selection is crucial, and the candidates have to be chosen in a way that they are acceptable on the other side of the aisle as well, and at the same time that they can have two qualified majorities, one in the European Parliament, but the other one in the European Council. We are not a parliamentary democracy like we have in our member states. We are a real two-chamber system, and that has to be taken systematically into account.
And do you think any advancement can be made? We spoke about the importance of communication in order for the Spitzencandidate, the lead candidate, to be also more visible, to be a real part of the election campaign, so that indeed European citizens will perceive that this democratic deficit is reduced? What would you, how would you see it?
I mean, we are following figures about, media coverage in the parliament over the last two elections and also many months backwards. And we have seen that with the introduction of the Spitzenkandidaten, so the personalization, you started to have serious coverage already 6 months before, contrary to previous elections where it was a couple of weeks before. And why is this? This is because it's so much more interesting to speak about people, especially their defaults, you know. Jean-Claude, I think, would be the first to admit that he might have the one or the other. So you could speak about that, and that makes it so much more interesting, this kind of dual situation. And if I think about my own country, what would happen to a Wahl for the German Bundestag if it wouldn't be at the same time about Merkel and, I don't know, whoever you want to choose on the other side? If you wouldn't have that personalization, if it just would be about the local candidate, attention, media attention, voter participation would be very much lower. So we need this personalization, which is reducing the complexity of the system into a more simple message. And we need it for 2024. Not only for the legitimacy of the European Parliament, also for the legitimacy of the Commission, which is elected by the European Parliament.
So ahead of the elections, you know, we still have some time left. What would you mention if you had to list the top 3 priorities on which the European Union should concentrate its attention and efforts in the year to come?
Yes. First, I would like to say what is very good with this Commission is that we have 3 priorities. So everybody can say, yes, this is about climate, this is about digital, and maybe the geopolitical commission. So what we are doing on the European Union level has become kind of understandable again, and that was not always the case. Are they bad ones? No, I think they are rather good ones. But I fear that other issues are coming to our plate. I would like to mention, I know it's not very popular, but I would like to mention debt, because it's very easy to forget about debt levels as long as you have abolished interest rates. So for a couple of years we had abolished interest rates through quantitative easing, but that time is over. Fighting inflation means that the interest rates are back, and therefore debt starts to matter. And we have seen in Britain that one wrong, not word, but action of a government can lead within a couple of hours to the meltdown of financial markets to a huge degree. So we have to be aware that we are not immune from this, and we have to deal seriously with the debt issue. I'm also surprised, when I was starting in politics, we were discussing a lot about demography. But let's say demography 30 years down the road. Now that we are 30 years down the road, we are not discussing about demography anymore. So how are we adapting to a very much older population? My birth year is 1964, strongest birth year in Germany. This will be replaced by a birth year which is maybe at least much smaller, but I don't know whether it's half or a little bit more than half, but much, much smaller. So how are we reacting to this? We have to continue definitely decarbonization, and we also have to become serious about defense. Because after the war between Russia and Ukraine has ended, the United States will concentrate on the Pacific and on China. And I believe that conventional defense in Europe will be largely up to us. We have the economic means to do it, but we need to get our act together.
And to conclude positively, what is your strongest political wish for the coming year, as this year is drawing to an end?
Yes. My strongest wish is that Ukraine wins against Russia, not in football, but on the battlefield or through diplomacy, because that means that the attempt which is currently made by Russia, which is to reintroduce empire or the rules of the 19th centuries, that this attempt has failed. And as long as Ukraine is free and safe and whole, we can be living in freedom and in security in the European Union. So that's my wish for 2023.
And I guess your wish is also that, in a way, we manage to get European citizens on board, because I guess that's also the matter that we mentioned before.
I'm not worried about the citizens. I think citizens see the atrocities committed, that children are freed up for adoption in Russia just because they were not in contact with their parents, that people are forced to leave Ukraine and resettled somewhere far in Russia. And I think everybody convinced that this cannot become the new rule of the game. And if we don't stop it in Ukraine, we will be confronted with the same atrocities elsewhere. So we better stop it now in Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we touched upon so many topics, and I know we could continue this forever, but we know also that you have to leave. So let me thank you very much for this fascinating deep dive into global and European politics. We were really happy to have you here with us at the forum. And now, Sandra, back to you to tell us what's next in this European Ideas Forum. But before that, let me thank you all again for being here. I hope you enjoyed this conversation, and I also want to thank our online
And I hope you didn't miss your coffee break.
We'll have one later. Thank you, Sandra.
Good.
Thank you all. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Margherita. Thank you very much, Secretary General of the European Parliament, Mr. Klaus Welle. Indeed, dear audience, I hope you enjoyed very much this dynamic and interesting interview so much that you forgot about the coffee break, because I have to ask you to forget about it a little bit longer, as we have to continue with our next panel discussion of the day, namely the one on the energy topic. The panel is titled Repower EU, Building a True European Energy Union, where we are going to try to seek answers to the current energy crisis. Before that, I would like to bring your attention to the Slido poll. Once again, you can go on slido.com, use the code EIF22, so 22, and answer the following question. What are the biggest obstacles to building an EU energy union? A, lack of political will. B, lack of infrastructure. Or C, too expensive. So go on slido.com, use EIF 2020 and answer the poll, please. So you can now join me in welcoming our moderator and our panelists. So I would like to introduce to you our Senior Research Officer here at the Martin Center, Dimitar Lilkov, who will introduce our next guest. Dimitar, please, let us know more. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. My name is Dimitar Lilkov, Senior Research Officer at the Martin Center. Absolute pleasure to see you live, and a warm welcome to our online viewers as well. Today's topic is focused on building a true European energy union. And in the last couple of months, we have seen how Russia's unprovoked and barbaric war in Ukraine has also spiraled in another direction, an escalation with the European Union when it comes to energy. And the Gazprom blackmail, the blackmail on gas, has meant skyrocketing energy prices in Europe and has also meant a global challenge, a major challenge for overall energy security. Of course, the European Union has taken a number of steps to prevent this, to diversify from Russian gas, also to make sure that we have invested in improved common gas storage, but we're not out of the woods yet. So for today's panel, we want to focus on the next steps for the EU, how we can make sure that we can have a resilient European energy union, and what collective steps can the European member states achieve together. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by a stellar panel of experts today. Jerzy Buzek, long-standing member of the European Parliament, also one of the initial proponents, by the way, of the European Energy Union back in the days, also former president of the European Parliament. Pleasure to have you. Brenda Schaffer is joining us from the US, Professor Brenda Schaffer, who is an international energy expert and a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Also, she is part of the US Naval Postgraduate School. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Last but not least, Philip Offenbach, who is senior manager at the Europe office of Breakthrough Energy here in Brussels, with an extensive experience when it comes to climate, energy, sustainability. Thank you. So let's kick it off. And President Buzek, I personally remember, by the way, in 2014, you were one of the advocates for the European Energy Union. And by the way, the whole concept of the European Energy Union was a brainchild of the European People's Party. So walk us through what happened in the last couple of years, what we got right, what we got wrong.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great possibility to say a few words about such an important issue like energy security, also for the future. We know that it's a very delicate and most political issue today. Energy security is not a technical issue. It's not about our economy even. It is about policy in the future. How to prevent such a situation like today in our continent. You ask what we have done in the European Parliament since 2014, for example. A lot of things were done, as a matter of fact. A reverse flow on the all interconnectors. We didn't have something like that in 2006 and 2009 because there were first two deep energy crises because of shortages of gas supply from Russia. So even two countries, as far as I remember, Bulgaria and Slovakia, they didn't have gas for 1 month, completely in the middle of the winter. Horrible. And in hospitals, 0 centigrade, horrible. And on the other hand, we've got our security of gas supply regulation, which is very important because our vulnerable consumers are absolutely sure that in any case it will be supply of gas, for example, gas. We've got also other energy resources, but gas is very important today and very costly. And on the other hand, we've got also regulation on third country supply to the European Union, gas supply, amending gas directive 2018. I was partly responsible for all the issues because as a leader of each committee, industry, research, energy committee in the European Parliament. And we have done a lot of things, but probably some colleagues in the European Parliament or member states on the western part of Europe, they could not imagine that Russians could treat supply of gas as a weapon, weaponizing gas supply, it is quite new for them. For
Even though
Central
we
Eastern
warned
Europe,
them,
it
we
was
warned them.
absolutely sure.
Yeah.
And we knew absolutely about that. So they learn in the last month that it's a quite new approach. On the other hand, it is something like our market economy approach. If you cooperate with some country very closely in economy, it is interdependence. Interdependence means there is no war. And in the Russian case, we know very well in Eastern Europe, it doesn't work, such a rule. But our friends from Western parts, from Spain, from Italy, from Germany, they learn very quickly. We know today a response to the Russian aggression against Ukraine is absolutely clear. In European Parliament, we've got majority 95%. You could not even imagine for our resolutions for other signals. It's impossible to achieve such a majority. So we are learning a lot as the European Union, and of course we haven't done everything what is necessary. It's absolutely right, but we prepared ourselves more or less on such a situation, so we are not dying without energy today, fortunately. Also, thanks to the United States of America. I went to the United States, to Obama administration in 2015. Commissioner Cañete cooperated with me very, very closely, Commissioner Cañete, let's say, and we decided that we should go to the United States of America and to open export from the United States of LNG and oil to Europe, especially LNG. And it started in 2015, 2016. It was our work, our activity as European Union. And in Spain, in Spain and Portugal, we've got, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, possibility to import LNG to our continent.
Which is a major lifeline right now when it comes to our overall supply. I want to take this point and pivot to Branda. And I really want to focus this conversation about energy security because, by the way, in Europe in the last couple of months, we were really fixated on the price aspect, which of course is extremely important, but we still have a major scare when it comes to our overall energy security. So how does Europe look across the pond? Walk us through. How do we look from your perspective?
First thing I think, let's talk about what's the situation in Europe and how the U.S. indeed can, play into to help with this crisis. First thing, Europe needs to face facts that the energy crisis in Europe didn't start with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Any consumer here, any utility knows that you had two energy crises prior to the Russian invasion, winter 2020, winter 2021. Not only were there huge price spikes that, again, every consumer, every utility knows about. So when you talk about it as, it's not Putin's price hike, it's not about the Ukraine crisis. But also we saw the patterns where when utilities don't have enough gas, they don't go over to non-existing renewables, they go over to more coal and fuel oil. We saw this in the data, meaning 2 winters prior to the Ukraine invasion. So Europe should have noticed that when you don't have enough gas, it doesn't somehow motivate you to find more renewables. It actually motivates you to use more coal and fuel oil. And also even the world global food crisis started before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, when we saw here fertilizer factories closing in Europe and closing in the UK because of high gas prices. That led to fertilizer shortages that started the food crisis in the world. So this is in no way justifying or taking away from the awful tragedies of the invasion. But if you don't look at the roots of the energy crisis here in Europe, you're not going to solve it. And if you just say it has to do with Russia, you're not going to fix it. Another thing is the basic paradigm of how Europe approaches its energy security. So in the previous decade, everything was about liberalization. If somehow we just liberalize everything, let it move around on its own, and even good things like interconnectors or reverse flows, energy security will work itself out. fast forward 10 years later, where we've basically have almost a renationalization of Europe's utilities, strong legislation on gas storage, a variety of issues, but obviously a failure of the paradigm of liberalization. But if I may even touch one of sort of the holy premises here in Europe, also renewable energy, today's current generation of renewable energy is not going to solve your energy crisis, because it isn't the binary that it's presented in all of the discussions that, well, if we don't have enough fossil fuels, we just need to produce more renewables. You know that renewables have to run on a stable base load, or you should know that it needs to run on a stable base load. And if you don't have that base load, basically renewables doesn't substitute gas. It just adds to the mix, right? So
what is baseload?
What is baseload? If you were one thing that you remember from today, you know, basically we deliver renewables through electricity, and electricity systems of today need a stable flow of energy that doesn't change, that allows the energy system to flow. On top of that, you can put the volatile wind and solar, hydro, and other renewable sources, but you still need that base load. So it's not that increased renewables reduces significantly or eliminates your need for gas. It complements. In fact, natural gas isn't the enemy. Natural gas goes hand in hand with renewables. This was always our view in the past. And I think also in Europe you have to be thinking, and in the United States as well, when did natural gas become the enemy? For decades, it's the solution. It's the non-air pollution. It's the clean fuel. And even with emissions, there's much more emissions in agriculture than in use of natural gas. I don't want to give you guys any more ideas of closing more farms out, because if you tell Europeans that agriculture causes emissions, then they'll close down farms. But the point is that there's a lot better solution, to solving the climate crisis than getting rid of natural gas, which really has a very small impact on climate, related to almost every other sector.
With the caveat that natural gas still produces lots of methane, correct, which is also harmful in the environment, even though I fully agree with you. But the promise, which, by the way, this was Germany's thinking mostly in the last 10 years, was we have the stable flows coming from Russia to stabilize our energy needs, and this makes us have enough space to maneuver and shift to renewables. This is something which, in hindsight, this is a Faustian bargain. We give you our energy security, so you give us cheap gas. I want to put you in a discussion in a way here with Philip, because Brenda mentioned something extremely important. She says, okay, renewables are not gonna fix the current situation. Okay, but the whole political mainstream right now in Europe pledges allegiance that renewables is the way forward to pivot away from the Russians, even though right now renewable energy still remains, it's not that abundant, it's still costly, there's intermittency issues. So how do we bridge this gap, and how do we make renewables cheaper, more accessible, and maybe smarter?
Yeah, thank you, Dimitar, for this question. So let me start with an observation. I used to be part of the Juncker team, what was called the European Political Strategy Center, and was part of building the energy union that Jerzy Buzek just now reminded us of, and fully want to verify all the points he made. This was really the time when interconnectors were built and many other things were done, but it was also the time when Europe started to introduce climate policy much more strongly in the mix. And interestingly, then in the current mandate of the von der Leyen Commission, we haven't heard about the energy union in quite a while. At least I haven't. We've heard about the Green Deal for 2 years, and now, hello there, the energy union is back, which I think, it continued with an annual State of the Energy Union all this time, but now people take notice of it again. And that's interesting. And I also want to say it's good, because I think, fully supportive of all the climate policy and the Green Deal, but we have, I think, to a certain extent forgotten a bit about the fundamentals of energy policy and how crucial they are both for our energy security but also for the climate. Where I'm working now, Breakthrough Energy is an organization that was created by Bill Gates, and our mission is to scale new technologies that will get us to net zero emissions by 2050. And from that perspective, of course, renewables are crucial. There's no way to do this without renewables, but you rightly said it's not the full answer. Yeah? when did natural gas become the enemy? I think exactly when you said, when the Germans decided we trade energy security for our version of the energy transition and we build renewables and natural gas. That has obviously failed. Now the answer in Repower EU seems to be renewables, renewables, renewables. And I say, yeah, fully, right, let's do that, right? But not alone. And my worry there is for the short term, so for the Repower EU 2027 goal of replacing Russian energy imports, renewables will be crucial, but we also need to talk about things like energy storage, and not only the lithium-ion batteries that we all know by now. We need to talk about long-duration storage, technologies that can store your electricity more than 8 hours. We need to talk about seasonal storage. We need to talk about better grids that can transport higher capacities, that are smarter. We need to talk about decentralization and digitalization, which are topics that, for me, are massively missing from the current electricity market design discourse, which is about whether we should keep marginal pricing or not. Of course, we should keep it, but we need to talk about, how do we make the system smarter, more digital, more decentral. So these are all things that are really missing in the debate, and the renewables will not work without that. And if we take the longer term perspective, which is actually what our organization is about, the 2050 net zero, then renewables are still a part of the solution, but an even smaller one. When you look at what the IEA says, they say to reach net zero emissions in 2050, we have half of the technologies to do that, renewables, wind, solar, EVs, heat pumps, you name it, but the other half is not commercially ready.
Still in development, right?
Still in development, in the lab, in demonstration phase. This can be sustainable aviation fuels, this can be green cement, green steel. And we need to scale these technologies rapidly if we want to have a chance to achieve net zero emissions. And that's also where some of our focus needs to be. Because think about it, 50 years ago, you could use solar PV to power a calculator. Today, you can power cities with it, but there were 50 years in between. And if the goal is net zero in 2050, there are, 28 years left. So all of this has to happen much, much faster.
Yeah. By the way, dear audience, this is a lively debate. If some of you here wants to pose a question, or online viewers, please refer to Slido. We'll make sure to involve your questions in the final part of this panel. President Buzek, I want to refer back again to your work in the Parliament, and also not only that, but the fact that you're Polish. How do we fully pivot away from Russian gas? Because the European Union still continues to receive Russian gas. We also continue to receive also LNG exports coming from Gazprom, which very few people talk about this, but there's still quantities coming. So do you think that we can actually fully pivot from the Russians in the next couple of months, and how to actually achieve it?
Well,
tricky question.
I'm sure it is possible, but it's not easy at all. First of all, in the case of gas, we went half a year ago on the way of making it easier for the near winter. It's very important that our storage capacities in the European Union are 95% fulfillment. So 95% of our storage capacities are full of gas. It's fantastic achievement because it was not easy at all. Last year, it was about 40–50% only. Now it's 95. It's a great result. On the other hand, we've got one thing which is absolutely crucial: energy efficiency, to improve it. So consuming less energy. If we consume less energy immediately, just now, or we improve efficiency, we are better from any point of view. On the other hand, we should also think about something which is our independence from the point of view of raw materials. Because if we want to go to the renewables, and we would like to develop our storage capacities, raw materials will be absolutely crucial. And it is not easy to go forward with, for example, photovoltaics or from even wind farms without some raw materials. And we were dependent on China or, thanks God, on United States as well, but it's not so dangerous for us at all. Maybe nuclear, but not everybody in the European Union can agree that is the best possible solution for the future. I don't know if we want to start such a discussion, because it's very heavy discussion. If we discuss issue of renewables and energy efficiency, energy savings, we've got 100% agreement. I'm quite sure of that. And let me remind you that 10 years ago, 12 years ago, we took on board something which was called Strategic Energy Technology Plan, set plan. And I was responsible for that in the ITRE committee 10 or 12 years ago. And we spent almost 30 billion euro for technologies, for innovation. If we want to think in let's say, short and middle time perspective, we should have a new innovation. In long term, certainly, innovation will be the most important issue. 10, 12 years ago, the cheapest energy generation, let's say electricity generation precisely, cheapest electricity generation was gas plant, to gas power plant. Now it has been changed fundamentally, because the cheapest is of course wind farms, both on offshore, especially offshore, very cheap, and even photovoltaics, also cheaper.
Can I challenge that? It's cheaper if you don't factor in the base load, which you need. You have to have that base load. And we ignore that all the time. We say, that there's grid parity in the price. But the public needs to know that they have to have a stable electricity system running, and that is part of the price. So it isn't cheaper.
It's another issue. Stability of energy system is one thing, and how it is cheap or more costly, you can compare in longer perspective, let's say half a year or 1 year, producing from wind farms or from gas power plants. In the United States, the situation is quite different, because you've got your own LNG supply. So not LNG, but you've got your own gas in your continent, in your country. So in this case, it's very easy to say that maybe gas power plants are the most interesting for your country. It's quite different in Europe. We thought we should think about that, because it is not easy to accept today's prices for electricity in our continent. And we try to overcome, and we've got much bigger problems than the United States.
Let me just jump in here, because it's an interesting discussion, which, by the way, is right now carried by our highest political leaders. They're saying, and they're openly even attacking the U.S. basically. Why is the U.S. paying less money for gas? This is a problem. Brenda, we mentioned that all the speakers that Europe has challenges in tackling this crisis on its own. How will the U.S. intervene in this? Are we talking about more LNG coming from the U.S., opening up of the oil strategic reserve, and maybe tell us why you're paying lower money for LNG?
Okay, so first thing, 2 points on the availability of gas to Europe versus the United States. First thing, the United States develops its natural gas resources, and Europe doesn't by a policy choice. You also have good geography. You could be developing your gas resources. You decided not to. And by the way, the U.S. progressives are learning from the European Green New Deal, and also making it gas production will be going down in the United States, and you will be paying more for LNG because of some sort of similar prices in the United States. Second, not only do you have your own gas resources in Europe, which you decided not to develop, but you have great geography. You sit next to the biggest gas reserves in the world. And also these, you could have been having stable, cheap, reliable gas pipeline gas, not just from Russia, but from the Caspian, from North Africa, from the Eastern Mediterranean. All of these things you could have shepherded in, but you decided instead, no, that you didn't want to have these natural gas supplies. I heard in the previous panel that the gas supplies in Europe are not Europe's fault, but it's because of world market. This isn't true. You decided by choice that linking yourself to LNG prices, competing with Japan, South Korea, China for cargoes where they have no pipeline options is better than you using your own pipeline options, which you have, again, surrounded by gas producers all around Europe. So this was a choice. The US also is probably, if we look at high oil prices in the world, the only missing producer that hasn't come back to pre-COVID production rates is the United States. Again, a policy choice similar to policy choices in Europe. So we have high oil prices today because simply the United States also, its oil production is missing in action. And Europe needs to think, if you're relying on US LNG, again, those prices are going to get higher as US production, as the associated gas isn't as plentiful in the future.
Quick follow-up.
I cannot agree that Europe made so many mistakes. Our one mistake, fundamental, it was to believe Russia that he is a supplier on which we can cooperate. So dependence on Russian gas, not on LNG from the United States or natural gas from Norway. It's okay. It's no problem for us. We don't have enough our own energy resources, especially fossil fuels. We don't have enough. You are in much better position, especially with the point of view of shale gas. Shale gas has changed completely situation in the United States. Maybe you don't remember the situation, but 10, 15 years ago, without shale gas, it was also some problem for the United States because you wanted to take some gas from Canada. And now you've got enough your own gas, and it changed situation completely, thanks to innovation, by the way. But innovation in this field was very, very important for the United States and the whole world, because we started with true natural gas market all over the world, together with your LNG market in the United States. So it means 10, 15 years ago, not earlier. Before that, we had something like oil market all over the world, but not the gas market, because gas depended on the supply by pipelines. Without pipeline, we could not have any supply. Thanks to LNG market, we can help ourselves, and we could have also gas which is more independent for gas pipelines for example, from Russia. That was our mistake, at least part of the Europe, because for my country, for example, or for Lithuania, or for Romania, it was absolutely obvious that dependence on Russia could be very, very dangerous. And we tried to explain it to our friends from Germany or sometimes from France or Italy, and they didn't believe us, as a matter of fact.
That being said, and I fully agree, Brenda does make a very important point that by policy choice, the EU is not maybe exploring all of the, especially offshore reserves it has around its borders. I'm not going to open the discussion on shale gas in Europe because it's a touchy topic, but I just want to remind the audience that there is proof, there's official reports that many of the shale gas protests in Europe 7-8 years ago were directly supported by Gazprom, by the way. So Gazprom was one of the biggest opponents of shale gas, even exploration in Europe, not talking about actual delivery or output. Philip, I want to refer back to you. You talked a lot about technology in your opening statement, and I want to tie it with something which was already mentioned on the raw materials and dependencies linked with these technologies, and especially when it comes to batteries or solar. I always like to say that we should be very, cautious. We made a huge mistake with Russia on energy. Let's not repeat the same mistake with China on renewables and sustainability, because right now we are sending a lot of money to China when it comes to solar and great technologies. So how do we deal with these dependencies? What's the way forward? And what gives you hope when we talk about technology, by the way?
Yeah, so first of all, I think Brenda was right in her analysis of the gas market or EU gas policy. Those were policy decisions. Those were policy decisions not to have Caspian gas. Those were policy decisions not to have domestic gas. Policy decisions not to develop the hard power that you would need to be active in other parts of the world, to secure projects. I mean, so it is what it is. Now, indeed, you raise a good point, right? We should not repeat this this experience on the raw materials this time, which is why, first of all, I think we need a good mix of technologies to get us to net zero, which includes electric vehicles, but also fuels, renewables, but also other things like geothermal, which is a baseload power generation, by the way, and which doesn't need that many raw materials. I mean, the countries that want to build nuclear energy should probably build nuclear energy. So first of all, it's really having a balanced mix of technologies in the system. And then I think you need to look at raw materials itself, right? So the fact that you are reliant on certain raw materials that are in certain geographies might mean that you might want to replace certain materials. And this is, again, a matter of innovation. Can you replace certain materials to build certain things? The other approach is, of course, can you try to mine things on your own territories or in other countries that are perhaps friendlier to you? And just to say that the venture fund in our organization at Breakthrough Energy is investing alongside the mining cycle or the raw material cycle. So there are new startups in refining, there are new startups in mining and in extraction of materials and also in exploration of materials. So there's a lot of innovation in the field, and we should really bet on innovation to reduce this dependence that is increasing now. Of course, we will not entirely get rid of it, but with a mix of diversification, circular economy, and innovation in the raw material space, I think we can mitigate some of the risks.
So let's diversify on time, basically.
We need to diversify. And what makes me optimistic about technology is, well, from a European perspective, we don't have a lot of raw materials or domestic energy supply. We don't have the biggest or youngest population in the world anymore, but we still have great innovation in Europe. That's, I think, the most important, right? I mean, we're free societies, we're democracies, people can speak their minds, people have freedom of speech. That is very important if you want to develop new ideas and innovate. And that's why we have among the strongest universities in the world. In engineering, in physics and chemistry and many other fields. And we also have a European system through Horizon Europe and other programs that really supports these things. So we're fantastic in generating new ideas and new concepts. The problem here in Europe is we're not scaling these things domestically. And that will, and that we've seen, I mean, in the solar industry where the Chinese overtook us with subsidies, that we might see now with the Inflation Reduction Act where the US is really accelerating. So we're now basically in this triangle where China and the US are really speeding up, and Europe needs to think about what's our answer to Inflation Reduction Act, what's our plan to really scale technologies in Europe. And Jerzy Buzek said, yeah, the SET plan, of course, good initiative, but I think we're really still doing things too complicated in Europe. If you go to the US, you get a tax credit of $3 per kilogram of hydrogen that's under a certain emission threshold. Very easy, very clear. People like that, people go there. Here we have a lot of different programs. The SET plan is one of them, or the Innovation Fund, but it's still very complicated. So one innovator once told us, I have 100 pages application form to fill out and a 2% success rate. So it's not great. So we need to do things easier, a bit simpler and faster. That's my main message here.
It's very...
Sorry. Very quick points, please. 20-second points.
Nice, gentlemen. On the China issue, I think one geopolitical issue that will be something we should really be thinking about in Europe and the United States is public finance, because the European Union and the European Union public finance institutions, the Biden administration decided no more funding for fossil fuels, including natural gas, which means all over the world, in the developing world, natural gas projects are being developed with Chinese finance and with all the geopolitical strings. So this is a fact. The world is going to develop natural gas. Maybe Europe and the United States can stay in the game a little longer so that these strings are not attached to China.
On the basis of a McKinsey report, about 40% of our climate neutrality in the European Parliament should be based on quite new technologies which are not exist at all. We should create them in the next years. 40% of our climate neutrality. So we don't know anything today about that. So it is so important. Well,
they exist there in the lab.
60%, yeah.
No, then that means they're not in the market, they're in the lab.
Absolutely crucial issue, innovation and spending money for innovation if we want to be climate neutral in 2050, in 28 years. So we've got enough time, but let us start once again. Great battle for innovation.
Yeah, and let's make sure that we create them in Europe and we sell them, from European companies globally. Let's take a look at our Slido poll. Sandra, what's the situation there?
Thank you, Dimitar. Indeed, to build on your already interesting discussion, allow me to share the results of our Slido poll asked at the beginning of this panel. The question was, what are the biggest obstacles to building on EU energy union? The most of our audience voted lack of political will with 85%, 8% lack of infrastructure, and 8% voted for too expensive.
Yeah, our audience is quite unanimous that there's not enough political will. This gives us pause, by the way. And also we have another question from Peter Heffele, who's the policy director here at the Martin Center. The question is as follows. The transformation of the industrial sector as a key contributor to achieve 2050 goals is often underestimated. We're underestimating the industrial sector. Is this a new field of transatlantic cooperation? This is the question. I'm looking at you, Brenda. So are we underestimating the industrial sector and how to make it work with the Americans?
I don't see governments having to direct the industrial sector. I mean, I think more what governments need to do in this context is to actually not inhibit the industrial sector. I mean, if we think of things going back to even to this question of public finance, finance on its own would want to finance natural gas projects, for instance, around Europe, in the United States, right? But it's actually government that's inhibited this. So yeah, I don't really see a government role for creating industrial cooperation between the United States.
Basically, don't stand in the way.
Don't stand in the way, yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
So there was an agreement between the United States government and the European Commission on a green steel and aluminium deal. That was when they resolved the Trump-era trade issue. And the idea was to develop common definitions of what is actually green steel and what is actually green aluminium. To be able to frame global markets in that direction. And I think it's absolutely crucial. Unfortunately, we haven't seen much happening here. There were things like the CBAM discussion and now the Inflation Reduction Act discussion that came in the way. But I think it's definitely crucial that the two governments work together on this sector. Because, yeah, it's a main emitter, cement, steel, aluminium, glass, yeah, you name it. And by the way, it's also an area where we urgently need innovation, because look at how the gas crisis is now hitting steel, glass, and all these sectors. BASF announcing they will scale down in Europe. That's because of gas supply. So for the sake of the climate and for the sake of energy security, we definitely need to work together on this.
If I may say, it is very important because we should imagine today quite a new energy sector in the European Union all over the world in, let's say, 15, 20 years. Because it will be two energy carriers only, nothing more. Electricity and hydrogen, maybe some biomethane, maybe some, yes, I know, it is very difficult to imagine, maybe some biomass, but not much more than 5 or 7%. Rest will be electricity from renewables, maybe from nuclear power stations, and hydrogen produced from electricity, renewable electricity. So both sectors interconnected. Hydrogen sector depends on electricity from renewables or nuclear, but nuclear is not quite clean, let's say, but almost clean. And now we should say that some industrial sectors we cannot decarbonize without hydrogen. Steel sectors, fertilizers, for example, is absolutely impossible. It's slightly different in aluminium sector, but both of them need hydrogen itself, not electricity. Electricity is not enough. So from that point of view, if we think on the whole sector in heavy industrial sector, we should think on a hydrogen future, because we need a lot of hydrogen to decarbonize steel industry and fertilizers industry. So it means food security as well, because such an industry produces food for all of us. So we should think always on the industrial sector, like the sector could not manage without hydrogen in the future.
Brenda, as you can see here in Europe, we're quite optimistic about electrification and renewables in the long run. How is the energy outlook going to look according to you in, let's say, 20 years' time? Is it going to be so sustainable and green, or not so much so?
Well, first thing, I wouldn't use the word green and renewable as the same thing. I think we often get them mixed up. Just as our colleague was pointing out all the needs for mining, it's hard to really imagine mining as something that's green and doesn't have environmental impact. But I think we need to be very careful about how we glorify certain technologies before they're commercial or before we even see the climate and environmental impact. So take the first part of the century, the first decade, the darling was biofuels, right? We were subsidizing biofuels. Poland actually had, their agriculture was getting higher prices.
First generation
right.
biofuels.
And then suddenly, after about 5-7 years of all these subsidies for biofuels, we say, oops, wow, this has impact on food prices. Yeah. This has actually, it doesn't really reduce fossil fuels. This is actually drying up a lot of wetlands that we're seeing all over the developing world in order to produce biofuels for Europe and the United States. They're actually destroying ecosystems. So let's not do biofuels. Hydrogen, suddenly hydrogen became the darling, even though hydrogen isn't commercial yet. Now there are new reports on its climate impact. It uses water. And yet already it's the, billions of dollars in the Inflation Reduction Act and in the last round of European resolution. We talk about hydrogen as a solution when, again, it's not even commercial, and we don't, and even from environmental organizations are concerned about the climate impact. So I think we need to be very careful. Again, like you referred to this McKinsey study, that you pay $1 million to hear that we don't have the solution yet for the future. That was a good investment. I mean, that was it.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But we don't have imagined today any other possibility of decarbonization of steel industry except for using hydrogen. Maybe you are right. We should develop quite a new technology. We don't know such a technology yet. I agree with you. But today we think that, especially for producing fertilizers, because we need hydrogen itself as a material for producing fertilizers. So it is difficult to imagine, but you are right. We should think about all the possibilities and all the technologies. I agree.
We have a minute left, so Philip, the question on political will. You were part of the advisory team to Juncker. Now you deal with policymakers. How do we overcome this political will question? I know it's a tricky one. Is it about engaging with the public? Is it about engaging better with the policymakers? How do we go from there?
Yeah, I think the question was about why don't we have the energy union. Yeah. So I suppose what we understand by that is still that there's a common real energy policy, a common network planning, so for gas, for electricity, for hydrogen, for CO2 infrastructure that goes across borders. And of course, the reality is still the national energy ministers and TSOs are in charge. I think we will soon have the point of truth, because we're in an energy crisis that will not get better next year. And we either, I think, go to a point of disaster for European integration, where member states will stop cross-border trading and will kind of protect their own resources, or hopefully we might get to a point where everyone realizes, okay, we can't really continue with a system of national energy policy. We need to really bring energy policy to the European level, so really build an energy union where grid and other planning decisions are taken on a federal level, so to say, rather than on a national one. And from my experience with European integration, usually it takes a crisis to go to the next step. It takes a crisis to it took a crisis to get to Next Gen EU. It took a crisis to go to Repower EU, and it took also originally the Ukraine crisis to go to the energy union.
Yeah, hopefully we forge the union through crisis as the Dutch goes.
Political will is absolutely crucial, but on the other hand, acceptance and support from public opinion. If we want to be successful with our European Green Deal, we need support our people in the European Union, all the nations. We should do it together. So we should not go too quickly, is important. To go with stability and strong political will.
Let's hope we keep this attitude from our audience and our citizens as well. Thank you very much, Philip, Jerzy Buzek, Brenda Schaffer. Thank you so much for joining us. Sandra.
Now come to the coffee break, the long promised one. So I would kindly ask all of our audience here at the studio to join us on the first floor on the gallery for a 15-minute coffee break. And to all of our audience watching us online, we will resume again at 5 o'clock. See you in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's great.
Thanks so much.
Great.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Dear audience from upstairs, can I kindly ask you to slowly move downstairs, and we are about to begin the last panel, and then we have networking cocktail. Thank you.
ingewikkeld, dat velen, dat is echt 20 seconden. 12.
Dear audience, we are back. Thank you again for joining us at the European Ideas Forum 2022 here at the Claret Studio in Brussels, as well as online. It has been a very interesting afternoon so far. Hence, to finish it off, I would like to introduce our next session for today. It is an interview in cooperation with Google. The interview is titled Building Europe's Technological Sovereignty and Digital Resilience, and will be conducted by the Martin Center Senior Research Officer Dimitar Lilkov. Dimitar, the floor is yours.
Hello again. Thanks for joining us again for this final panel. We have an interview format to close it all off, and I think after talking about topics which are heavily related with politics, economics, it's great to pivot a bit on the tech side. And here in Europe, we do like to talk about technological sovereignty a lot. We like to use buzzwords a lot, and I'm really happy that today we are joined by a professional who can hopefully give us a bit more substance behind the veneer of all of these technological buzzwords. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by Thibault Meyer, who right now serves as a director at the Office of the Chief Information Security Officer at Google Cloud. Thibault has vast professional experience as part of the French National Administration. He was part of the French National Cybersecurity Agency and also worked for the French National Assembly. Thibault, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Martin. I'm delighted to be here today to address the European Ideas Forum. So thank you for the invitation.
As I mentioned, here we like to talk about technological sovereignty, but before we dig into all of this, maybe give us a bit of an intro about the cloud sector, because this is your day-to-day job and there's lots of nitty-gritty of it. What's the dynamics currently behind in the cloud sector, and what are the biggest challenges you face right now?
Okay, so yeah, part of the job of my team is indeed to shape this the new cloud solution for regarding the new regulatory frameworks, the new expectations, mostly in Europe. The goal is indeed to have some secure solution, resilient solution that meet the sovereignty requirements and the sovereignty needs in European countries. So basically, we are facing, as an industry, 4 main challenges. The first one is really to have secure solution, not to use only security products. We also talk about security products, but really to have secure products. That means solution with built-in security and not security just bolt on afterwards. So really resilient and secure products from the very beginning that can resist and mitigate attacks even from the more motivated attackers. That's the first challenge. The second challenge is really to have full control over our supply chains, both hardware supply chain and software supply chain. And then we also have to be ready and to have a plan in case of if something goes wrong. And what I mean having a plan is just not having published something hidden in a repo that nobody has ever seen, but really to have a plan and to be trained with the plan and to be able to react smoothly and efficiently if an incident occurs.
it's maybe good to remind our viewers and the audience that when we talk about cloud technologies, it's not something we see, something tangible we see in our daily lives. This is data we upload or videos or whatnot. But of course, here we're talking about data centers. We're talking about data management. It's a really, really difficult endeavor. And you mentioned supply chains, by the way. So I quickly want to touch two vital issues. Number one, what was the impact on the pandemic? Maybe there were some lessons learned on supply chains. And secondly, given that I guess you depend on so many actors on these supply chains for hardware, for software, for maintenance, how well are you making this whole thing work and keeping it up and running 24/7?
Yeah, well, we have two challenges regarding the supply chains. The first one, well, we and every company, every organization, every public organization regarding the supply chain has two great challenges. The first one is to be aware of what is running on my infrastructure. You have to see, I would say, an IT solution as a Lego kit made of lots of bricks. And your developers and your company, your organization, have developed bits of this kit, but not all of them. They usually reuse. They do not reinvent the wheel each time, but they reuse some existing parts. The challenge is to know at the end and over time, what bricks are you using? I don't know if you remember, almost 1 year ago, we had this Log4j huge vulnerability. So Log4j is a library widely used in lots of software. And a vulnerability was discovered. The first challenges was to be able to answer the question, am I using these bricks? Am I using this part of software? So the first challenge is to have an accurate view of the supply chain and to know what we are using. And here we are not talking about malicious actor, just a cartography and the control of what we are using. The second challenge is to make sure that the solution we are running on infrastructure, for instance, our Gmail solution, when you are using Gmail, how can we be sure that the solution you are using are really the one our developers have developed? How can we be sure that it has not been tampered in the meanwhile by attackers during the integration or the deployment of the solution? So, and that's the second challenge on our supply chain.
And I want to also pivot back to our main discussion topic here in the EU when we talk about technological sovereignty. How can we actually accomplish these goals and having an efficient ecosystem, which is, it works, it's efficient, but it's also reliable and secure? What's the route to that goal?
Well, first of all, if you allow me, I would like to say that we strongly believe that we should not oppose sovereignty and security. They are, in fact, the two sides of the same coin. You cannot, well, security is the real foundation of sovereignty. And on the other way, a nation cannot claim to be secure if it does not have a control over the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure that powers its economy. So really, we should not oppose these two topics, but work together. What we are seeing is that the definition of sovereignty is not there is no one-size-fits-all regarding sovereignty. Each country has its own national security requirements, but it's important to understand that we have to achieve open system, interoperable system, and we will not be able to achieve resilience by retreating behind national boundaries, definitely, or by closing the playing field to all but a few suppliers. So really, we have to embed some sovereignty requirement in our solution. That's what we did at Google. I'm not here to talk about Google's solution, but that's the way we shaped our what we called the cloud on Europe's term. So we embedded some controls to make sure that our customer, either from public sector or private sector, still have controls over the data, over the software, over the operation, and they yeah, they have this control over the solution and the data. But in the meantime, we should not fragment the solution, and we should not isolate the infrastructure if we want to reach security and resilience.
Mm. You mentioned a couple of times the aspect of openness, and I do agree. However, browsing through many annual reports by big technological companies, yours included, I see a term very often mentioned there. It's the weaponization of the information space. So all of these threats and vulnerabilities, which have been growing, not going to say exponentially because it's a big word, but in the last decade, we've seen how the attack surface expands and there's more and more malicious actors online. And I'm sure that this also gives you headaches in your day-to-day job as having this position at the cloud service. So how do we make sure that openness, keeps, the benefits, but we keep the bad guys out?
Yeah, tough question. Well, first of all, about the threat landscape. As you said, there is an increasing and a growing threat. The attackers are becoming very, very good. They are using top of the art technology, and they are specializing. That means you have some attacker groups dedicated to a single task. So that means they can do it very, very well. And also the attack surface of the organization is growing because we have more and more digital services, we have more and more data, the architecture is also more complex, so it's always more difficult to tailor and to fine-tune the defense facing this growing threat landscape. After that, you talked about open security, and indeed that can be kind of a paradox when we are talking about security, because when I started working in cybersecurity 20 years ago, my job was to build safe. Safe as strong as possible. And, well, if we lost the key, that was not a big issue. But the safe has to be super secure. Now it's not the case anymore. Now we are building service. Well, at Google especially, our main job is to share the information, to provide information. So we cannot just build safe and lock the information in. We have to open our solution, open the services without compromising the level of security. So we had to shift from a vision of security made on the perimetric vision to what we call an open security, or maybe we can discuss it afterwards about what we call now zero trust, even if I do not like this term, but as a more open security vision.
And are these visions shared by European policymakers? And when you engage with them, do you see a common vision coming from different European leaders? So we also have this fragmentation maybe of perception of these topics depending on the country you talk with or engage with.
Yeah, well, definitely each country has its own requirement, own vision about security, resilience, sovereignty. Well, we've seen we welcome lots of regulation. For instance, the NIS2 directive about improving improving the security level of our critical infrastructure. We also we have seen sectoral regulation, like the DORA regulation for the financial sector, emphasizing on incident notification, threat penetration testing. So again, how can we harmonize and improve the overall security of the financial sector? Or for instance, the Cyber Resilience Act that fostered the security by default and the security by design in every product, and also how to maintain security over time, because it's not a static thing, cybersecurity. So you cannot say, okay, I've shipped a secure product and that's my job is done. You have to maintain it and update it over time.
And looking at the last couple of years, because we've had malicious involvement from west to east, we have a war in Ukraine, of course, many different developments. Maybe let's talk about specific examples. Is ransomware growing? Is malware growing? Give us maybe some ideas which specific vulnerabilities should we be worried about, or where maybe, hopefully, we're making better progress in keeping them down?
Well, definitely ransomware is top of the list for lots of people, lots of our customers, lots of users.
Individual level and maybe also company level, I guess.
Yeah, because you can be targeted as individual, and but mostly companies are targeted because they can pay the ransom. Yeah, definitely ransomware is a serious threat. So as I said, the attackers are going better and better, and it's also something we learned from our experience. We have to keep the pace. I would say we have to be one step ahead of the attackers. Well, that's the best case scenario. At least we have to be in the race and to be able to understand how they work, how they think, what do their tools look like, so we can fine-tune our defense and adapt ourselves to these attackers. Also, one thing about this threat: when you want to attack a system, you have to find a vulnerability. That can be a human vulnerability. That's what we see with attacks like phishing. We saw false email that lures you and try to push you towards a malicious website. So the attackers here is leveraging on the human factor, but the attackers can also search for technical vulnerability. And for instance, that's one thing we acknowledge at Google. We have to play the same game as they are playing. So we all decided also to search for vulnerabilities in our products, of course, but also in other products, and to try, sometimes we achieve that, to try to find it before them and to patch them and to upgrade, to enhance the security level before the attacker can exploit this vulnerability.
Maybe also let's elevate the conversation a bit, pivoting away from individual threats or company threats, but even to threats to national security and national and European institutions. There's these infamous DDoS attacks coming from malicious actors, malign actors, which basically bombard websites with requests, so they block the service of the website. I'm a Bulgarian national. I vividly remember how a couple of years ago we had a major problem when there was a Bulgarian national election, and the main electoral commission website was hit by such an attack, most probably from Russian origin, of course. How is your company or the whole industry dealing with such large-scale operations? Because I'm sure that Google Cloud is a tempting target.
Well, definitely, we are a target, and our customers are a target, and our users are also a target. Well, as you said, the distributed denial of service is, kind of basic attack. It exists a long time ago, but it's a very efficient attack. So you saturate the website or the web services with fake transaction, so it's not able to serve the legitimate one anymore. So it's a basic one. You do not have to be an expert, a super expert in cybersecurity to launch such an attack, but it's a very efficient one. So we've seen this kind of attack in Ukraine, for instance, targeting some government websites to block the population from having some sensitive information. We've also seen this attack targeting some informational websites from journalists, from NGOs, also allowing other websites for disinformation and to go with fake news and so on. And it's quite easy to put a single server down. However, it's much more difficult to put a global infrastructure, as Google wants, to put it down. So what we did, for example, in Ukraine, we deploy what we call the Project Shield, which is you have to seek like a shield against this DDoS attack for several websites, in particular some NGOs and on government websites. We've also worked, you talked about election, that was also the case in France 2022 and even 5 years before. We also did a program to enhance the security level of accounts. It was the case in Ukraine or in other Eastern European countries, of journalists, of NGOs, to make the attack more complicated and to really higher the bar for an attacker to take this account.
Also on the macro-political level, in the last couple of years, there's been different clashes or diverging views between European policymakers and US policymakers when it comes to a variety of topics. But bearing in mind all the things we've discussed, how do you see the bilateral US-EU relationship evolving when it comes to information security, when it comes to technology? Are we going in the right direction? What more can be achieved? And what's your assessment of the current level of Brussels-Washington dialogue?
Well, first of all, I strongly believe that cybersecurity is a team sport. Nobody is able to achieve and to handle the whole security on its own, even at Google, even at a single company, even at a single state. We have to act together, and we are stronger together. And it's also the case between the United States and European Union. We talked about the malware, the ransomware. Even if different organizations, different countries are looking at the same malware, the same attackers group, the fact that they are looking at them in a different way, with different perspective, that can help our work. So it's important not to be to have a single point of view, but really, as I said, it's a team sport to have a cooperation with lots of stakeholders.
And
we strongly welcome some initiative like the Declaration of the Future Internet, the Transatlantic Data Protection Framework, and so it's important to foster this cooperation, because we will win together. And now we are end of November 29th, so today we can nowadays we can read lots of newspaper articles or blog posts on cybersecurity. What will be the trends for malware next year? How will 2023 looks like for ransomware perspective and so on? On next year, we can have guesses. But how will the threat landscape look like in 3 years, in 5 years? Well, answer is simple, we don't know. We can say that it will still evolve. There will still be very good attackers. That probably where malwares will still in the field, but how will actually be like, we don't know. So facing these evolving threats, it's also important to link into the unknown with people sharing the same democratic values as ours.
Basically teaming up with the proper allies, more or less.
Exactly.
Thibault, thank you very much. This has been a great conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, Thibault Meyer from Google Cloud. It's been a pleasure having this conversation, and hopefully we'll continue it in the future.
Thank you very much.
Sandra, back to you, dear Sandra.
Thank you very much, Dimitar. Thank you, Thibault. Thank you, Dimitar, for this last session of the first day of the European Ideas Forum 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us throughout this afternoon, and we are already looking forward to tomorrow, where we have prepared for you 2 more debates, panel discussions, 2 more interviews, and a closing remark from an MEP and Secretary-Treasurer of the Martin Center, Antonio Lopez Isturiz White. Thank you very much, and allow me to invite you, dear audience here at the studio, to our networking cocktail here on the first floor at the gallery. And you, dear audience watching us online, see you tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.